Okay, we are live. This is the whatever month it is. Does it really matter anymore? The March 2021, which is the year that it is. Patreon stream. And how are you guys doing? Hello, chat. We have 150 questions. I'm gonna actually see if I can be really focused tonight. Two minutes. 2 minutes a question tops. And see if we can actually do the entire stream in one long evening for once, which is not been the way things have tended to go for the last year, but I'll try my best. Let me take some tea bags that I've finished steeping out of the pot so it doesn't get terribly bitter. Oh, what do I do with these tea bags now? I didn't think this through, did I? And let's pour a whiskey too. You know, let's just get all of our drugs lined up, and then we can begin. You guys want a purple orb? I didn't even think about the orb color. I just let it hold on whatever it was. Stansky says, let's begin. Stansky says, hey Natalie, at the end of May, my boyfriend has to visit his home embassy in DC. They are taking a goddamn vacation. And they ask, what are your former tour guide recommendations? He's a film music / art stan. And I am a science / history / law nerd. We'll both be fully vaccinated. Well, for touristy things, film, music, art, well, there's E Street Cinema for film. There is, I haven't lived in DC in about 7 or 8 years, by the way, so this is maybe wildly outdated, I don't know. Film, okay, music, depending on what kind of music, I don't know if you like jazz, there's Blues Alley, there's what other, I don't know, music venues, 930 Club. I never even went there, but people who like to go to, I don't know, like concerts would go there. Art, there's multiple, there's a ton of art museums. A lot of them are free. The Hirschhorn is kind of fun if you like want to see, if you want to do a thing that's like not that art focused and just is like a little bit of low-key art. And this is a terrible tour. It's been a long time since I was a tour guide, so I'm just like I don't know. Okay, science, well, there's a science museum, so go to that. Obviously there's a history museum too, and law. I don't know, go to the National Archives and see the goddamn Constitution. I don't know if you need me to tell you this. But those are the basics as I remember them, and I don't remember them very well. I was too distracted by the you know, teaching a group of adults how to ride segways. A traumatic experience by any account. I would suggest keeping far away from segways, except possibly to laugh at people who are on them. Sai Hao Chong says, hello Nyat. For this month, I'd just like to ask your perspective on BDSM. Specifically, if you think that its acceptance is a positive step or that it's an attempt at normalizing trauma bonding. I'll be asking similar questions. inspired by r/FDS. Next time, if you don't mind. BDSM acceptance a positive step or normalizing trauma bonding? Well, no doubt it's both. I mean, I think that sexuality has always and will always contain its element of, you know, dominance, submission, sadomasochism. So to address that explicitly, I think is better than to kind of repress and allow it to kind of come out. Although I don't know, doesn't it kind of, don't you find it kind of kills the vibe a little bit to so exhaustively articulate what you're going to do before you do it? I don't know. I don't think you should be asking me for sex advice. I think that I am like sexually pathological, and but why stop here? Why draw the line at sex advice from a person who's sexually deranged when no one, I mean, people seem perfectly content to take my advice on how to give birth to a child, so I don't see why we should draw the line here. Trauma bonding, that's an interesting way to put it. Well, is it so wrong to bond over trauma? I mean, some days I'm not sure there's much else I have to bond over. I hope you're happy with that answer. Good luck. Oh God. Christopher Sachs says, hello, what is the max age to transition into a cat girl and not come out as a cat hag? 14. But seriously, any resources you recommend for healthy body reformulation and nutritional intake? There's a lot. I'm not sure I quite understand what you mean by healthy body reformulation. I am going to assume, but from the first part of the question, that you are asking this because you're interested in transitioning into a cat girl / hag. Well, I've seen some people suggest like weight cycling, although none of those people have been nutritionists. They have been random people on Reddit, so that's not medical advice. You know, I think like try to get a healthy weight and stay a healthy weight, and then start hormones as prescribed by your doctor. That's what my lawyer would tell me to say, and I'm standing by it. Good luck. Good luck. Connor Apple says, hey girlie, what's a fun story you have about doing acid? Oh boy. Also, any tips? Love you, bitch. Okay. Fun story. Acid. Well, okay. Let's see. Ugh, not that one. No. So I did do acid with one of my siblings once, and I can remember, you know, coming up while I was in the bathroom, and you know, when you're in the bathroom on acid, you tend, you know, to take your time. The bath mat has a very interesting texture that needs to be explored. The way that water feels over your hands is something very fascinating. And then if you look into that mirror, girl, you might never come back. But I came out and like light is interesting and all that. I walk into the kitchen and my brother is boiling an octopus on the top of the goddamn stove. And that, I guess, just the sheer like cognitive stress I was under in that moment, trying to make sense of these tentacles in a pot of boiling water. I don't know that it counts as fun, but it's the closest to fun that I could think of in like the 10 scenarios I ran through my head as I was trying to answer your question. Any tips? Honestly, don't be ambitious with acid. Do it alone or with someone you're really close to and just having a chill day with. And maybe like watch some movies. Or just like go for a walk in the woods, if it's like low stress woods. Don't go for a walk in high stress woods. If there's like bears or cops, do not walk in those woods, But if they're like woods that you're comfortable with, That's my tips. Good luck. Patreon user Will Chan says, "Hi Alpha Points. Please summarize if it's over 4 lines. Looks like you're good, Gorge. I haven't seen this asked in AMAs before, which is surprising since you're both in Baltimore and talk at length about institutional injustices. But what are your thoughts on HBO's The Wire? Hope your picnic date was lovely." Thank you. I haven't seen The Wire, which is really amazing. I've been meaning to watch it for like 6 years now. I actually watched the first episode for the first time a month ago, and it looked really interesting. If I find someone who wants to watch it with me and who I can tolerate being around for that long, then yeah, I may well finish. Says a fruit fly. Watching The Wire. It's also about like heroin addiction in Baltimore, which might be a little too close to home. Although I don't know, that's never stopped me before. How do I increase the font size? Oh, I had it zoomed out to 80. Good. I'm not losing my eyesight. FJ says, "Hi Natalie, I think unfortunately the twisted discourse around cancel culture is stuck with us. From folks weaponizing it against marginalized people, to Republicans turning it into one of their new big talking points, to legitimate attempts to hold people accountable. Does the term cancel culture still have any value? I remember the attempts to pivot to accountability culture as a way to distinguish from good and bad cancel culture. But at this point, do you feel like we should just stop using the C word?" Well, I feel that whatever word we start using is going to end up with the same stigma. I find that I'm often frustrated with attempts to fix a problem by continuously rotating out the vocabulary we use to describe the problem. Like, we're not going to solve, if we start calling this accountability culture, accountability, I mean, I've literally already used this week accountability with scare quotes around it to talk about this kind of thing. So I don't think that will work, right? Accountability will just become the new canceling. And I think it will be used just with a special kind of spiteful irony, right? Because accountability, at least canceling is kind of fun, right? Cancel, it's kind of a jokey term, right? Like, probably it was never intended to be taken that seriously. Like, I think one of the top comments on my canceling video right now, it says, so basically, Black Twitter made a joke and then white people took it seriously and turned it up to 1,000. And like, yeah, that is basically what happened, right? Like, I think that accountability, if anything, sheds what sense of humor there is about canceling and instead, like, it's exactly the kind of, you know, moral, hyper moral posturing that makes people feel like they can behave however they want. You know what I mean? Like, it's not nihilism that scares me in the way that it scares Dostoevsky, right? It's not like, oh, God, you know, there is no God, everything is permitted. It's like, no, it's like, I am on the side of justice, everything is permitted, you know? Why did I go there? That was really pretentious. I'm sorry. Eva Kaniva says, looking forward to it. Can you give any advice on aspiring YouTube essayists? I want to do some video essays in the future. Well, the generic advice I give to anyone who wants to start a YouTube channel is, when it comes to technology, get a good microphone before you bother with getting a good camera. Like, people will put up with bad audio less than they'll put up with bad video. You know, there's YouTubers who are full-time professional YouTubers who are still basically filming in 420p, and I think that but you know, I don't know any professional YouTubers who have buzzing, low quality, muffled sounding audio, you know? No one wants to listen to that. As for video essays, I mean, the difficult thing about video essays is you have to figure out what's the video part, right? Because I think that for a lot of people, like, they want to, you know, so there's a couple ways that people go. I think people who are starting out tend to err in making video essays. One is that it's not enough of an essay. They literally just film themselves rambling for an hour. It's not edited enough. It's not scripted enough. And they're not entertaining enough that they can just talk off the cuff and edit that together into a video. I cannot do that myself. You know, in these streams, I don't think I'm articulate enough for this to be its own kind of content. That would really get me anywhere in this world. Obviously, some people enjoy listening to it, but I think that it's a very different skill, and not a skill I necessarily have to speak off the cuff so well. If you're gonna write though, and you are gonna script everything out, I feel like the opposite problem is that people will write a video essay script as if they're writing an academic paper. And so what you get is this awkward, this prose that's very awkward to read aloud. And people are using phrases like, however, perhaps it is, you know what I mean? There's like things that you don't say out loud. And like, it was a bad example, but I think that par excellence, or just pretentious academic italics like that, you know what I mean? Like, the trick is to write a script to be spoken, right? So that it neither reads like a written essay, especially not an academic written essay, where the acceptable quality of prose is extremely low, while also not, you know, having it be a disorganized, improvised mess. And then you have to decide what to do with the video. You know, you've just written a script now. Are you going to put visuals? What kind of visuals? You know, I think one reason why film criticism tends to thrive in the video essay genre is that it gives you something to put on screen, because you can show clips of the movies that you're talking about. It's a challenge not to do that, you know. Otherwise, you end up either kind of editing together a timeline of like Google Images stills, which is not very engaging to look at and seems kind of very amateurish, or else it's really just kind of a glorified scripted vlog, which is, I think, in a sense, what my videos are, a glorified scripted vlog, right? That's, I would say, most of the visual of my videos. I mean, obviously I cut away to quotes or to graphics or to you know, movies sometimes, but most of the screen time, I think, in my videos is me. And so that's why I've kind of I've invested more energy in making the visual of the vlog look good and interesting. But you kind of have to just figure out what you're interested in and what works with your skill set. This is a problem that I don't have an answer to. And to become a successful video essayist is to answer it in your own individual way. So I hope that helps. Priyanka Bhagat says, thoughts on socializing post-COVID. Do you think everyone else knows what it's like to be socially awkward now? Well, I do think that I feel like I'm more socially awkward than I was a year ago, if that's what you're suggesting. Like, I think that I don't know. I've been in like so much solitude the last year that it's gonna take time to get used to re-socializing with people. It's hard to imagine almost. It's like this kind of like surreal state that I feel like I'm in. I almost can't take seriously the notion that this will end. You know what I mean? Like, I know I've been putting off even looking into getting vaccinated, but I should do it soon, because I probably can't do it very soon. I should really look into that because I feel like I'm not caring for my post-COVID life in a way. Like, I haven't even conceptualized that. I've just been so focused on like, gotta make it to the next day alive that, yeah, I don't even really have any plans for when it's over. Whether that makes me or anyone else socially awkward, I have no idea. But I'm inclined to say probably yes. It's time to try the tea. We poured that at the beginning and I have drunk none of it. Yeah, I need to get I know I need to get the vaccine. I let the tea get too cool. I actually have no idea if I'm eligible or not for the vaccine. Let's put some hot back in with the lukewarm tea. Trying to stay focused. Okay. Rachel Domagalski says, I often hear people say cancel culture isn't real because no one actually gets canceled. And it seems to completely miss the point by focusing on outcome rather than behavior. What's the best way to convince people who believe that to consider that attempts at accountability can often amount to being primarily distributed online harassment? Well, I think it's an issue of, again, so here's where maybe terminology does matter, is that, you know, if you say it canceling, people take the joke a little bit too literally, right? Because the term is a joke about canceling a TV show, right? And we take it very literally. How do you, what would it mean for a human being to be canceled? That they're removed from public life forever? That they have all their access to all platforms cut off? That they're unemployed and out in the street? I mean, at what point do we say that they're canceled? If you insist on taking this terminology literally, right? I mean, yeah, a lot of people do say that. I mean, okay, so you can interpret it more charitably as they mean, oh, no one really faces any serious consequences for these things. Well, I think that, you know, first of all, that's not true, right? So many people do face very serious consequences. You know, sometimes I think we might want to say justifiably, but and because, you know, I would say that Louis C.K. faced very serious consequences. I would say that um, Harvey Weinstein faced very serious consequences. I would say that you know, let's think of some more examples. I mean, I think that with the you know, part of the issue is that with the sort of disparaging use of cancel culture, we often mean people who sort of don't quite deserve the level of vitriol directed at them. Um, Unlike, you know, Harvey Weinstein, for example. Well, I think then, like, I don't know, it's a simple matter of talking about what other kinds of negative things there are, right? I think that, sure, we can talk about you know, the negative, like, emotional effects of on people. Like, Zoe Quinn is still alive and is still sort of has a career, I think, right? But like, how's she doing emotionally? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you sort of don't, people don't understand the extent of the emotional toll. Or I think, you know, it's like, again, the problem comes back to people thinking that only money matters, and that only if someone loses money was there really an effect. I mean, I made money off being canceled because that video on canceling got me a lot more attention and a lot more views. And a lot of people joined Patreon after that video because they wanted to support me, because I looked like, after that, I ended up coming out of that looking like a victim, you know? And like, I think that I still would prefer it had not happened, you know? Because money isn't the only thing that matters. And I think that I mean, there's just, you know, when you have people who are so quick to these vindictive extremes of vengeance against a bad take or whatever, that has effects on discourse, you know? It has effects on everyone, not just the people who are being canceled, but effects on everyone else. Like, people feel like they have to be very, very, very cautious about what they say. I think that, you know, people are treading on eggshells around certain topics. You know, not everyone, obviously. There's still no shortage of like cancel-proof people who say outrageously offensive things very loudly, right? But I think that that's kind of symptomatic of the problem too, right? Is that you force people into these two camps. One, the loudly like canceled people who say offensive shit all the time, and basically their position in the discourse is just complaining about canceling all the time, right? Or complaining about political correctness, which is what they mean, right? Or complaining about the fact that people, you know, think they're immoral. And then you have people who want to be, you know, who do care about issues, but who feel, you know, it means that people who actually care are sort of intimidated into bland dogmatism. And everyone ends up hushing, you know, whispering to each other in private that they don't understand why we can't talk about this, but no one publicly says it. I don't know. I feel like I experience a lot of whispering, right? I know this is not really making sense. I don't know. know. I'm just having trouble. I'm having trouble thinking about this topic right now because it's just like it's when something is like a problem that you have to deal with every day. It can be hard to articulate why it's so much of a problem because any one thing that you mention will sort of be inadequate to describe the scale of the psychological effect. And so you end up, listing a couple examples of things that bother you, but it never really does justice to how you feel about it. Omar says, I don't know shit about classical music, but could you give me your opinion on 12 Danzas Españolas 2 Oriental de Enrique Granados? I think it's charming. Well, I actually saw this comment last night, Omar, and I listened to it, and I thought it was very pretty. I think it's very cinematic music. It felt to me like music that I would use in a movie. I don't mean that as a veiled insult, though. I liked it. Zoe Laura Meyer says, hey Nat, just got out of a stay at the psychiatric hospital. Well, you're asking a YouTuber questions. So I thought that was a given. Sorry. I just got out of a stay at the psychiatric hospital, so my question is kind of related, I guess. Have you ever heard of schema therapy? If yes, what's your opinion? Schema therapy. I don't think so. Hold on. Schema therapy is a newer type of therapy that combines elements of cognitive behavioral therapy, psychoanalysis, attachment therapy, and emotion-focused therapy, among others. No, I don't think I have heard of that, although it sounds like it might be better for me, or better suited to me than just plain CBT. So I might actually look into that. Hope that your stay was helpful and not harmful. And sorry about the tasteless joke. Der Bärenjude says, what are your thoughts on Caitlyn Bennett and Lil Nas X's Twitter beef? Well, I think that it's predictable. I feel like so many conservatives, like they're like, conservative public figures, their main occupation is to be predictably outraged by the same things again and again. And Caitlyn Bennett is that kind of thing, right? The entire position is based on triggering the libs, carrying a gun around on a college campus. And in this case, I find it particularly boring because Lil Nas X made that video specifically to be triggering to these people, and then they reacted with this manufactured outrage. But the whole thing is like so planned this way from the beginning. It's even less interesting than usual because usually it's like, oh, this entire thing was like scripted. I'm sure that, especially on, Lil Nas X has had probably a year to play on this release. And it was discussed, I'm sure, that like obviously they're following the footsteps of WAP. And they knew that it was going to draw a lot of attention from conservative outrage mongers. So the conservative outrage mongers are paying attention right on cue, I don't know, it's not very interesting to me. It kind of reminds me of the way that you know, like brands will use Twitter. Like Burger King tweeted on the beginning of Women's History Month or whatever. Is that what March is? Women's History Month. You know, the women's places in the kitchen or whatever. And then, you know, explained if they want, because we support wage equality or whatever, right? Like the point of the tweet is for you to get mad about the tweet. That's why they tweeted it, so that you would say the word Burger King by being outright, you know? Like I simply, I refuse to be interested in that. You've asked a second question, but I'm sorry. I'm trying to be focused tonight and keep it to one question per person. Hedonism Bot says, I read a recent Reddit post about the realities of being an influencer and stories from their friends. Some of the comments got me thinking. Given your precipitous growth in the past couple years, do you feel like the added pressure and expectation as a creator is worth the corresponding income and notoriety? Or does some part of you wish you could go back to a later load, later stress, but still enough to make a simple but comfortable living? Have you found that growth to be a strain on any relationships, friends, family, etc.? Much love, stay trippy. Well, yeah, I think that, you know, the one good thing about the level of influencer success that I have is money. I do like money. I've always liked things. I've always liked buying things. I continue to enjoy it, and I also like not having financial anxiety. So that's an area of life's misery that has been cut out of the equation. So I like that part. However, the rest, yeah, I don't like it. It's not worth it. I mean, I actually regularly question whether the money's worth it, because the psychological price is very, very high. And I sort of feel like it's a weird situation to be in, right? Because I mean, without getting too personal about it, like even professionally, like I've sort of ended up in a situation where it's harder for me to do the thing that made me successful in the first place, right? Because the pressure is so intense. And now, not only do I have to make videos as good as the ones before, I feel like I have to make everyone better now. And with each video, it's like I have to deserve my success, right? Because it's a lot of like scrutiny and envy, and it's just a lot of, you know, it's not the conditions for like a fun, relaxed, creative project, right? Everything, it's, you know, I still am able to do it, right? Like the last video I made, I think is one of the best I've ever done. It's been received some of the best of anything I've ever done. But I also think that like, to start is such an exertion. You know what I mean? To write is so hard when you know that you've got millions of people waiting for a video. Like, you know, it's harder. It's harder. And yeah, I know getting an editor would help me. I don't have a crew. I don't have any. I mean, I do almost everything by myself. But even if I did hire people to do stuff, you know, I still have to fucking write it. It still has to be my video, you know? And then there's also the effects it has on my personal life, which are hard. Like, I can't even really talk about a lot of it. But like, honestly, this was the most fun when I was around a little under 100,000 subscribers. That was really fun. It was exciting to be getting more and more views each time. And it was, you know, I was still able to do like meetups. I would go to a new city and I'd be like, hey, who wants to meet up at this bar? And then like fans would just show up and like, you know, I was like, and you know, I guess I was like a little bit of a celebrity to them, but I was like a nano celebrity in such a way that like people, you know, people got used to the fact that, oh, it's an internet person, but here they are, right? They got used to that. They got over that barrier pretty quickly. And it was like I would just get to be friends with these people. You know what I mean? Whereas now it's like there's this like uncrossable divide between creator and fans that, because people will think of me as like, well, they see you as superhuman and therefore by extension as inhuman, right? As like a brand or as a celebrity. And it's like highly, highly gauche to complain about this because like, who the fuck do you think you are? But it's still, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. And I never could have predicted that I wouldn't like it because it sounds good. Because the thing is like on a small scale, like I said, it is good, right? Like when you go from having 10,000, let's make it even smaller. If you go from having 500 followers to having 1,000, that is good. It feels good. It's more people you get to meet, more opportunity, more like so you imagine, oh, it will continue getting better and better and better. But there's a point where it stops being a quantitative change and becomes a qualitative change. And the qualitative change is really negative. Like you don't get to be a normal person to a lot of the time. And it does stress relationships. Yeah, it makes it very, very hard to date. It kind of alienates you from other people. It puts a fucking target on your back and a target on your family, a target on anywhere you've ever lived, a target on like the time spent just on like security and stuff like that is like, it sucks. I hate it. And I miss being a small YouTuber. It was way more fun. But you know, the plus side is that I'm currently turning my bedroom into my actual Pinterest dream board. So that's kind of the compensation, but is that worth it? No, it's not. No, absolutely not. It's I'll take it. I'm grateful, right? I'm glad that I get to have a Steinway piano. Like I said, the money, no complaints about that. That's the good part. It's fame. It's fame that's a bastard. And that I don't want anything to do with. And again, I don't want to sound ungrateful or like a spoiled brat, which I know you inevitably sound like that when you try to have this conversation. But like I said, I don't know. I don't expect anyone's sympathy. Like I wouldn't have sympathized with this if I tried to explain this to me 5 years ago. I would have said, "Fuck off, bitch! Like you're rich, you know. I don't care." But like, It's weird. Happiness is like, I mean, it's like the most obvious platitudinous thing that like being successful and famous and rich to whatever extent does not make you happy. But like, it's true. It's actually true. It's like impossible to believe, but then it's true. You're not any happier. In some ways, things are worse. It's like I don't expect you to believe me. I don't expect you to believe me because I wouldn't have believed it myself. I wouldn't have believed it myself. And so I understand not believing me and wanting me to shut up and just thinking that this is the most privileged whining you've ever heard in your entire life. Yeah. I'm with you. But I'm still right. And only I know that I'm right. And I'll drink to that. Okay, I said I was going to stay focused tonight. That was somewhat of a tangent, although it was at least a direct response to the question. But it was long. It was a ramble. Oh yeah, it is the teapot from Gender Critical. I wasn't even thinking about that. I think, yeah, I feel like people have trouble. I mean, because the human brain just has trouble conceptualizing like differences of scale when it comes to orders of magnitude, right? So like, it's hard to imagine that being 10,000 times more famous is very different from being 10 times more famous, right? And it is like someone says, like there's a difference between a rich YouTuber and Jeff Bezos, right? Like, I think, well, I'm going to talk about this in a future video, but because like people call me rich, and like, yeah, I agree. I agree that I'm rich because if I knew, you know, 5 years ago how much money, if I met someone who made my amount of money 5 years ago, I would have called them rich. So I think that I'm rich, but I'm like dentist rich, you know? And there's a very big difference between being dentist rich and being Elon Musk. And that's another one of these differences of scale where it's sort of hard for people to grapple with the fact that like a successful like orthodontist or whatever is much closer to a janitor than to Jeff Bezos. And it's hard to like visualize or imagine the vast scope of the difference, right? I'm sorry. I mean, Jeff Bezos, like, people like that, it's interesting to consider because it's like, at a certain point, like, wealth isn't even really wealth in any conventional sense, right? Like, it's not, when we say that, you know, a billionaire, like, it's not that a billionaire, because most people, we think of wealth as like spending power, right? What can you buy, right? Like, what kind of house can you live in? Can you afford to pay these bills and to pay, you know, for this surgery or these, you know, like that's how normal people think about money. But like that's not what being a billionaire is about. At a certain point, it's like geopolitical power more than it is like wealth in any common sense use of the phrase. AJ or Avi says, "Hi Natalie, I'm curious if there are any particular ways that you enjoy seeing queer desire depicted in media. As a young person, I wanted the gratification of a kiss or a sex scene, but as an old person, I found that I'm more interested in the build-up. I want to see yearning, a small act of intimacy, people regarding each other with longing, all that gay junk. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and have a good evening." Well, Avi, I feel that you have again posed a question and then answered it. I think that I think that I agree with what you say. Like, yeah, I'm not very interested in lesbian or transgender kisses or sex scenes. Like, I feel that with being trans or with being a lesbian or both, all of that carries this additional baggage of like being a spectacle, right? A spectacle, not like, I don't know. Well, like I feel like lesbians have the most developed discourse about this, but there's almost this taboo in, I don't know, can we say lesbian culture, against like visual depictions of explicit sexuality because of the predominance of the like male gaze, right? So that it's like you're robbed of the ability to produce in the way that gay men, right, produce. I don't think it's purely a difference of like, because okay, maybe part of it is like, oh well, men are just more visual sexually. Okay, that might be a little bit true, but it's not entirely true. And I think that gay men are sort of able to produce this like visual culture of male beauty, for example, which of course is not that that's unproblematic, but I feel that lesbians don't do that in part because of the the constant need to subvert the like fetishization. And I think trans people are in a similar situation with lesbians there, right? Where we are, well, I don't know, like look at most depictions. I'm not sure that I've ever seen a visual depiction of a trans person having sex that was not in the context of pornography made for cis men. Whoa, that's really depressing. That's really depressing. Fuck. Is it really true? Fuck. This sucks. But yeah, no, Avi, I agree that desire is more interesting to me than sexual desire is more interesting than sexual mechanics. Go put it that way. I haven't watched Sense8 or Euphoria. I really, really should. I know. I've seen Pose. Pose doesn't have sex scenes, does it? I guess there's one scene with the like, I don't know if I wouldn't call that a sex scene. Avery Griffin says, do you subscribe to a specific theory of ethics or like epistemology? Do you find this one of the goofier philosophical disciplines? Related, are you a moral realist? Okay, so you're asking me a academic philosophy kind of question. Where did I say that I thought epistemology was one of the goofier philosophical disciplines? Do I subscribe to a specific theory of ethics? No. I suppose I view academic philosophy, or the purpose of that kind of discourse is not to arrive at a correct theory in the sense of, you know, sorry to normal people, I'm gonna speak in jargon for a second. I think that the point of academic philosophy, I do not think that the point of academic philosophy is to arrive at like a meta-ethically justified system of normative ethics. You know what I mean? Like, no, I don't think that that's the point. As far as I think that what academic philosophy discourse can do that's positive is it can help us clarify and seek consistency in our discourse. And I think that it's obvious to me that there's not a correct ethical theory, right? It's rather that what we're trying to do is we're examining, we're sort of drawing out contradictions in our own ethical intuitions and trying, I should say moral intuitions, and trying to sort of apply, you know, general principles to them in order to sort of check our own hypocrisy and self-contradiction. You ready? Is this making sense? That's what I feel like. That's I feel like is the most ambitious that philosophy can do, is to, I mean, logic is like, I view logic itself as just a way of, it's not, I don't think logic is in a way, is a method to arrive at truth. You know what I mean? I think it's a like way of checking for contradictions, and it's a way to become more precise and more, but it's not gonna, you know, no, I don't believe there's a correct normative ethical theory. I think that, you know, when people have like you know, the theories that people propose, things like utilitarianism, that's an attempt to systematize a certain kind of moral intuition, or deontology or virtue ethics, right? That's an attempt, again, to make a system out of a certain genre of ethical feeling, moral feeling. That's all that is. I don't think that it's, you know, I think that different people may gravitate towards one of these, but I feel like that's a matter of personality, a matter of culture, and just sort of sociological backdrop more than it is of like correctness in any sense that would approximate scientific truth. So no, I'm not a moral realist. I think that settles the claim. Jesse says, Natalie, I just want to say I love your hair and it looks really pretty. Thank you. I feel like it's a mess today, but thank you. Anyway, there is a really nice song in the background of your last stream. It's not piano, but it's really relaxing and sounds light and has drones and heartbeats. Clearly, I'm no expert when it comes to music. If you don't know the one, it's all right. But if you do, what's it called? Asking for Myself. Hope you're having fun on your production too. Well, I don't remember exactly what I was playing in the last stream, but I think I was playing the same playlist I'm playing now. But Jesse, if you leave a comment on the last stream with a timestamp for the song you're trying to find, I'll see if I can figure it out for you. Gaia says, "Hi Natalie, hope you're doing well. What right now is bringing you the most joy?" I am decorating my bedroom. So I know I kind of moved into this house. I sort of abandoned the project of decorating for a while. Like I still haven't painted, but I've in between videos I kind of started picking up the decorating, and I have a bedroom now that's like is really coming together, and that makes me happy. I don't know if I would call it joy, but it brings me kind of like a subtle sense of pleasure that I think is the height of the closest happiness I come these days. And I, for example, have this kind of like dusty rose velvet fluted what do you call it, like a tufted chaise, but it's not tufted in the way that my red velvet one is tufted. It's called fluted tufting, and it's like for this like reading nook. I'm creating a reading nook is what I'm trying to say, and it's going to be very aesthetic and very like relaxing, and that's in sort of one corner of my bedroom. Then I have this nice you've probably seen it on Instagram, this kind of like floral baroque tufted headboard. And I'm gonna block the spammer, sorry. I just got these like Louis XV style nightstands with like inlaid wood drawers and white marble tops, and these like Victorian lampshades. I'm very this is what I spend my time on, my free time on these days. This is what counts as pleasure to me. I still need to get a chest of drawers, and I want to get a new vanity because I still have my old white IKEA vanity. I'm ready for a vanity upgrade. And I'm like happy with the way that I'm combining like different styles in this bedroom, because I have like this big fuzzy white shag rug under the bed. But then around that, I've started putting some Persian rugs. And I really like Persian rugs. By the way, it's just like, I just think my parents had some when I was a kid, and I loved, just as like a 5 or 6 year old even, I can remember just like walking around the outside of one of these Persian rugs and just like staring for a long time at the fabulous, like almost like spiritual geometry of it. So I still really love Persian rugs, and they're easy to get. There's a lot of them out in the world, and you know, they're not like the most trendy thing, so people die and their rugs go on the market and you can pick them up. So I've been experimenting with that as well. And then I have this. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking about this. No one cares. Gaia cares. Gaia asked me, but I've said enough. Gotta move on before this becomes too much of a tangent. I love this chat comment. Lindsay, I'm all about decorating your home with the curation theme being things that I like. That is exactly my theme. And yeah, it does make me happy. I guess I should confess that I've been mixing. Well, I actually I like to mix like old and new rugs. So in my bedroom, I have two right now that are, I think, like semi-antique or I forget what exactly that you know, it's like if it's 50 years old, it's like semi-antique, or less than that, it's vintage, and then it's 100 years old, it's antique. I can never keep it straight. But then also combining some new things. I also tell myself when I buy things that are not new that I am being environmentally conscious, when in fact I'm just being rich. Like that's a lot of things though. Like a lot of times, like the more rich person option is like more environmentally conscious, right? Like buying Gucci is more environmentally conscious than buying like Fashion Nova, right? But that's also another reason why like having a consumer-based conception of how to fix environmental problems is idiotic. This is officially a tangent, and we're gonna get off of it right now. Eric Jake House, sorry, says, howdy Nat, have you ever refilmed all or part of a video because you experienced a technical issue or any other reason? Thanks, and I hope springtime is ushering in better days for you. Your videos do so much good, and you deserve to be happy. Oh, thank you. I refilmed all of Beauty, at least all the main monologue part, because the first time I filmed it, I didn't like the dress I was wearing. And I refilmed it with that really outrageous vintage sequin dress from the 80s that was a little bit too tight for me, but I got away with wearing it in the video. And I would never ever wear that now, but yeah, I filmed that video once without the sequins and then refilmed it with the sequins. All right, I blocked the spammer. I think we're gonna have to keep doing that, aren't we? I don't think I can think of another video that I've like completely refilmed more recently than that. There were older ones that I refilmed, but now I kind of know what I'm doing enough that I usually don't need to refilm. Shauna Anderson says, so I recently watched Xander Hall's vids on whether ex-Nazis should be accepted into the left. Is this even common enough to discuss, or is it mostly hypothetical mind play? I would have assumed most would mellow into just being traditional conservatives. Well, it depends, Shauna, how you define Nazis, right? Like, if Nazis means people who were like skinheads, I think that's different than if by Nazi we mean simply anyone who was watching alt-right YouTubers when they were 16, then actually I do think a lot of those people become leftists. In fact, I think more of them become leftists than mellow into traditional conservatives. In part because I think that some of the things that motivate, some of the discontentment that motivates people to become extreme rightists can be kind of reframed. And then they become far leftists. It's actually, it's kind of like the centricide, like drag thing, right? Where one commonality of very online politics is anti-centrism, extremism in whatever direction, right? You get these things like Nazbol, right? And I think that's in part because, like, the internet tends to be, well, it really, becomes the gathering place for people whose politics are not represented in the mainstream by the, two existing American political, the two, major American political parties, for example. And so, yeah, in that respect, I actually do feel it is more common for people to go from being on the far right to being on the far left. Now, I think that's more the case with like very like younger people whose minds are very flexible still, whose brains are very flexible still. I think it's more the case of very online people who are getting all of their information from YouTubers, and then once far right YouTube became less in vogue, and now there's all these leftist YouTubers. They switched their politics because they switched to what YouTube channels they were watching. It sounds pretty terrifying to suggest that it's as simple as that, but I think in a lot of cases when we're talking about like 20-year-olds, I think a lot of times it is as simple as that. And yeah, it's not. It is scary. I'm not loving it myself, to be fully honest with you. Stushi says, hold placer. Stushi, you fucked up, Gorge. You didn't. Am I gonna have to refresh this page? Stushi, look what you're making me do. I'm doing this for you, Stushi. I created a new tab, and you know what? I'm gonna talk to Patreon about the fact that I can only load 10 comments at a time. I have enough clout in the Patreon world that I can just. I'm not gonna say I can't exactly call up the CEO at any time of day or night, but I can. If I have suggestions, let's say, I have the phone number for that. Yeah, I should not have to click load 10 times. I want them to fix this. Okay. Stushi says, hi Anat, as someone from Kosovo, Albanian, I was amazed to see the sworn virgins being mentioned in your justice video. It's a pretty niche topic, so I was wondering where you heard about it, or why you decided to include them in your video. Also, you joked about them not being really trans, and while I don't disagree, I'm wondering what you think they should be considered. I first heard about Albanian sworn virgins on TV tropes under the there's an article on TV tropes, the trope page, about cyclical revenge that I somehow got led to as part of justice for this video. And then I was like immediately fascinated because it's like such an intersection of things that I'm interested in. So I watched all these, like every YouTube documentary that I could find, not YouTube documentary, but documentaries uploaded to YouTube about sworn virgins. And I read some academic articles about the topic and just kind of like, I just got really interested. And I guess I say that I don't know that I would consider them trans because I think that, you know, when we say transgender, usually what we have in mind is someone who has this like journey of like inner struggle to understand who they truly are. Whereas I think that, you know, at least the way I've seen it presented, a lot of times there's a lot of like mixed motive. I've heard mixed things about sworn versions. I've heard some people say they basically are trans men, and I've heard other people say, no, like this is something that women will do because, you know, there's no boy sibling in their family and someone has to take on that role, so they rise to the occasion. Or other things like that, right? So I think that, I don't know, in a different like sociological context, I feel that a term like transgender might be out of place, since I think like the way that the way you become a sworn virgin is so different than the way that like you become a transgender man in the United States, for example. But I certainly think that like in the broadest sense of transgender, where it's like literally anyone in any culture who is, you know, sort of occupying a gender identity that's not, you know, binary, then I think that, yeah, that in that sense, definitely sworn versions, I would count as transgender in that sense. Just Gallant Genius says, if I can find it, okay. Hi Natalie, here's another potentially controversial question. Oh boy. Where does the line lie between mental illness awareness and mental illness fetishization, or at least justification of harmful behavior? Thanks and stay awesome. Well, I think I know what you're getting at, right? Like, are you allowed to, you know, like, can I walk into a Wendy's at midnight, you know, piss into the cash register and, you know, tell the cashier that their, you know, mother is a Nazi, and then say like, oh, you can't get mad at me, I'm bipolar, like, yeah, you know, like, I think that, yeah, that, okay, that is not valid. But I also do think that, I mean, it's a line that I see kind of toyed with online, right? Where I know that autism is not considered a mental illness, but I feel like I've particularly seen, okay, I once had an experience where I was giving a university talk, and a man in the audience went on a 5-minute, in the Q&A session, went on a 3 to 5 minute pedantic ramble about how he shouldn't have to use preferred pronouns because Jordan Peterson said that that was Stalinism. And then when I challenged him on this position, he was, and people told him to truncate his rant, he retreated to the defense that he's autistic, and therefore that he should be able to talk for 10 minutes about Jordan Peterson whenever he feels like it. And like, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna buy that, you know. I think that awareness is good. I think that destigmatization is good. I think that, but I also think that, you know, along with a part of awareness and part of destigmatization has to be, you know, a conversation about how to manage people's mental health needs. And also, what responsibility do people have to like, try to prevent inflicting their own, let's just put it this way, inflicting the excesses of their own neurodiversity on the innocent public. I think that, yeah, that does need to be um, part of the conversation. I need to take a bathroom break. I'm trying to decide if I want to eat. I don't think I do. I think that I oh no, I lost the comment thread. I think that I'll take a food break in maybe a couple hours, but I think let's just take like a quick 5 minutes here, and I will be back with more questions as soon as I find where I left off, because I accidentally refreshed the page and now I have to click load more comments 15 times. I really do have to talk to them about this. Okay, be right back. Okay. Let's keep things organized. People watching the stream back. Yeah, let's change the orb color since you guys are so fascinated with that anyway. Let's see. Let's do let's try doing pink orb for a while. And we can do red orb and then bring it back around. Alright, make it charged up here. And then what we'll do. Ooh, tangerine orb. I like that way of describing it. You're making me want to do tangerine orb. Kathy H says, I wonder if you'll agree when I say I'm tired of leftists already compiling Biden's failures. Seems like they want debt canceled and wages raised by executive order. In other words, autocracy. But the solution is more democracy, Senate reform, voting rights, adding DC and PR, etc. DC and Puerto Rico, that is, yeah. Biden is not my boy, Grinder Noise, but blame lies largely elsewhere. Not all leftists, but most don't know what's going on, and I wish more lefty content covered even basic civics education and current events. Thoughts? Want to encourage your followers and patrons with YouTube channels to do this. Well, yeah, I think that you know, one reality that a lot of people probably don't want to acknowledge is that even if Bernie Sanders was president right now, like this stuff still wouldn't happen, right? For exactly the reasons that you say. That without becoming a full autocrat, the president can't just like unilaterally move to do these things. Now that said, I don't think Biden is even the Biden administration. I mean, they're not even really pushing, right, to cancel debt, or are they? I don't know. It's certainly not as much a part of the agenda as it was for Bernie Sanders. So I understand people's frustrations about that. But yeah, I think that people do. I mean, people are frustrated. But yeah, a lot of people on the left have incredibly unrealistic ideas about what is possible. And I mean, this bothers me less than another kind of idealism, which is like the idealization, the sort of idealization of other countries, right? Like the amount of leftists who seem to be under the impression that China is a communist utopia is really astonishing. Like these are 19-year-olds who don't know anything. But yeah, it's I think people just want people just want it to get better. People want their lives to just get better, and they haven't really thought through like they're not very well informed about what the realistic channels of politically achieving these goals are, nor are they necessarily informed about like global politics such that they are able to believe things like that China is a communist utopia. And if you hear otherwise, it's because the CIA is lying about it. It's very common on Twitter. I mean, okay, I don't want to get too black-pilled here, but like, even like the Soviet Union, like people like the talk about the environmental crisis. Left, the conversation is always like, oh, are we gonna have to end capitalism to fix the environmental crisis? Is ending capitalism gonna fix it? What do you think that, like, do people think that there was no industry in the Soviet Union, or that the Soviet Union was was somehow running a green operation? Do people think that China is not? Well, first of all, do people think that China is not capitalist? And second of all, do people really think that there's no Chinese corporations that are contributing to pollution? Like, I don't know, kids. I feel like we're actually more fucked than anyone really is capable of acknowledging. And like, I understand, like, that's not, there's reasons why that take is not, like, I don't know if it's like super useful to disseminate your black-pilled take. But yeah, I'm sorry to say that I got really irritated with this Pollyanna-ish attitude about non-Western countries. I mean, it's really a kind of crypto white supremacy, isn't it? That you think that only white people are capable of villainy. I'm sorry, but part of that's not correct. Villainy is evenly dispersed across human populations. And across economic systems as well. And the notion that if we just somehow get rid of American capitalism, that's gonna fix the environmental. You know, I mean, here, I'll give you this. Like, America is pretty awful on this issue, right? Like, we have this almost unique problem of being completely in denial. Like the climate change denial industry is not so much a thing in Europe, for example, right? Like, I don't know about China. I don't know what the attitude in China is. My guess, based on what I know about Chinese attitudes in general, is that it's acknowledged, but that corporations in China simply give exactly as little of a fuck as corporations in America and are not held accountable in any way. Like, I don't want to downplay the way that America is in a lot of ways, like, very specially bad. Especially on this issue, right? Like, yeah, absolutely. But like the European countries that are more proactive about this, like, they're still capitalist countries. That was a tangent. No more tangents. Get distracted. Zoe Roth says, "Hello, Natalie. I've got nothing this month. I hope you're well. Stay safe. Stay fashionable. Love you, Gorge." Thanks, Zoe. That was cute. Wolin says, actually, hold on. Let me take a moment. Wolin says, FYI, there's a Lindsay Ellis appreciation thread trending in r/ContraPoints. I should send that to her. I'll send it to her after the stream or next bathroom break. I finally bought Axiom's End after months of waiting, since I have some free time again, no question. Just hope Baltimore's doing okay with vaccine rollout and you can get it soon. Thanks, Wolin. Yeah, I'll thank you for reminding me to forward that to her. I should do that. And someone responded to you with the link to register for vaccination. Thank you, Alice, for posting that. I really should register for vaccination. Quinn Diordiev says, "Hi Natalie, if you don't already have a Telfar bag, which color would you get?" Oh, I know what bags you're talking about. I see them on Instagram all the time. A T and a circle. I want to see what the colors options. There's usually pastels, right? No, you can get them in any color, basically. I don't know. What would I... I'm looking at different colors. I feel like I tend to wear a lot of black, so something like a bright pop of color could be good, like a bright like cherry red or yellow, like a bright sunny yellow. Could be a pop of color. Maybe I don't want a pop of color though. Maybe I want to be gothic. Maybe I want a black one. I'll meditate on this. Thank you. Thank you, Quentin. Billy Ray Deacon says, "How and when did you learn to do your makeup?" Well, I kind of started experimenting with makeup like long before I transitioned. I mean, as like a boy in makeup, you know? I was not good at it, but I was having fun. Yeah, when did I learn to do it more better? I would say I learned in the first couple years of my transition. I really kind of focused on that because it seems like other trans women were placing a lot of emphasis on it, and it does make a difference in your presentation, although probably less of a difference than you sort of aspirationally hope in those first 2 years of transition. But how did I learn? Mostly by watching YouTube videos and a little bit with help from friends, and I just did it every day and practiced and found inspiration. I mean, the same way that you learn to do anything. Like, I found inspiration, makeup looks that I liked, and I tried to copy them. And if I didn't know how to do something, I would YouTube search it. And I guess I kind of had to experiment with, like, I have a very standardized way of doing my makeup now. There's really not a lot of variety in how I do it, because I finally just know what I think looks good on me. And so I have a way that I do my makeup now. But in those first 2 years, I was like all over the place, right? Like wearing different sized falsies and like crazy shades of eyeshadow and lipstick, and like, oh, eyeliner, no eyeliner. I also, this was like 2017. I really was learning makeup in 2017, which was like a very weird moment in makeup. Like, this was the era of those like really dramatic like Instagram brows and like blinding highlighter on the cheekbones and just weird trends that were popular at the time that I kind of absorbed and that I look back on, and I'm just like, why the fuck did I or anyone else ever think this looked good? So I don't know. I feel like I have basically found the way that I like to do my makeup, and that is a very light touch with the eyebrow pencil. I wear eyeshadow but not eyeliner because I feel that the shape of my eyes it's just not very conducive to eyeliner. I think because my lid, the upper lid kind of slopes down here, and so there's always like this weird, if I try to do a cat eye, it's always like this kind of strange angle, whereas if I kind of flick my eyeshadow up, it creates a more convincing and natural version of this of these like of that like fox eye look. And I don't do contouring. I don't wear highlighter anymore because it's not 2018. Um, I do use, you can't really see it on camera, but I do wear blush. I like to put blush kind of where a lot of people would put, I guess, no, I guess like I put it above where you would put the contouring line, but I put it like, I like to put blush like on my cheekbone, and a lot of blush has like a little bit of a sparkle in it. Some blush does, and so that it's sort of blush slash it has a little bit of that highlight effect. You can see like right here, look what you can see that there's blush. Sorry, this angle, and then I have my eyelashes. I get a lash lift, so that's usually enough. I don't usually wear falsies anymore, although I still sometimes do. Like on a lot of live streams, actually, I'm wearing falsies. But I go very light again and very natural with the lipstick. That's basically what I do. That's my, and then I have this idiosyncratic habit of using concealer as foundation, basically. Like what I do right now is I put dots of Shape Tape concealer all over my face and blend it in with a beauty blender. I don't know why, I just like that better than using foundation. And what else do I do? Oh, the absolute best. Powder is the Charlotte Tilbury, what is it called? Flawless Finish Airbrush Powder or something like that. Charlotte Tilbury. What is it called? Powder. I got the name embarrassingly correct. Yes, the Airbrush Flawless Finish. That powder is my life. Like, I've never encountered a product that I feel like so outshines the comparable things, especially for being on camera. You really need your face not to be shiny. Yeah, people do tell me that my using concealer as foundation is expensive. I guess it's like $30 for a tube of, well, maybe it's more than that, like $30 or $40 a tube of concealer. I don't feel like I go through it all that fast. I don't apply it super heavily. I don't know. But okay, this is not the question. You didn't ask how do I do makeup. You asked how I learned. a lot of my tangents are based on answering the question and then answering 2 or 3 similar questions that they might also have asked but didn't. Let's move on. Yeah, vegan. It's expensive if you're not dentist rich. Mike Shutt says, any thoughts on Gilbert and Sullivan? Sure, their work remains quite popular, but it's hardly ever respected. Is it just a function of comedy always being denigrated, particularly in high art spaces like opera? Yeah, I think it probably is that. I haven't really listened to Gilbert and Sullivan in such a long time. When I was a kid, I had a cousin who loved Gilbert and Sullivan, and I listened to a lot of it. I guess as an adult, I feel like the reference for Gilbert and Sullivan that sticks in my mind most is still like Sideshow Bob. Which honestly, like, I have looked up other excerpts of the HMS Pinafore. And I've never found one I liked as much as the... I'm sorry, what is the actor's name? Is it Garrison Keillor? Or is that a different GK actor? Kelsey Grammer. I knew it was the other KG. No, it was the KG instead of the GK. It's very confusing. My brain is having trouble. Kelsey Grammer. His voice is actually perfect for that. I think that would be a fun, actually, that would be a fun quarantine activity, is for me to watch some Gilbert and Sullivan. I really like opera. And I used to have such a patience for it that I sort of don't have now, but I love watching recordings of it. Non-avian reptile says, is this gonna be a question about birds? Part of the meta, but what are your favorite types of AMA questions to answer? Oh, it wasn't about birds. What are your favorite types of AMA questions to answer? Least favorite types goes without saying, I'm sure. Well, I like when... I'll say that I like when people ask me something that is sort of concise and intriguing, and that doesn't include a paragraph or two of preface, introduction, backstory, flashbacks, flash forwards, autobiographical details, notes on the author, etc., etc. As far as subject matter, well, it's hard for me to pin that down, because I think it's probably difficult for people to predict which topics I'm gonna like talking about. Preferably something that I can just take with and talk about whatever I want. Although excessive vagueness is also kind of difficult, right? When someone asks something that's too vague, I feel like I need to say everything. And that's... you end up saying nothing. Finley Baker says, what is your experience with mansplaining, Pen? Do you feel trans feminine people have a similar experience to cis women? To answer your second question, yes and no. I think that I certainly do experience mansplaining in certain contexts, although, I don't know. I feel like so many of the men that I know are such, like, feminist cucks. Sorry. They wouldn't dare, you know? They're too enlightened. They've learned about they've diligently allowed themselves to be lectured by feminists one too many times, and they wouldn't dare explain anything to a woman. Do trans feminine people have a similar experience to cis women? I say yes and no, because on the one hand, I do think that, you know, if you're being perceived as female, then yeah, you're just as likely to be treated as female in the usual ways by the usual suspects. I also do feel that it's, you know, there's like some of this is socialization, and I've honestly like had trans feminine people kind of mansplain at me in their own way. I realize that's not an okay thing to say, but I just said it because it's true. Oops. I'm sorry. um I guess what am I trying to say here? I don't know. I didn't plan this out. You know, guys, I just like I feel like with the I feel like with these streams, I can't really be held. I don't know. The things that I can't do, like on I don't know. On Twitter, I feel like you know, you can't say things that are problematic. But on these streams, like I hope I can reserve the right to say like half-baked thoughts and things that like shouldn't really be said. Because I don't know. So I guess how do I recover from this? How do I can't remember the last time I was mansplained at because I can't remember the last time I talked to a man. It's you know, in order to, I'm not sure if I'm helping or like I guess you know, in order to be mansplained at, you have to be around men, and I usually, I mean, especially during these times of pandemic, I usually avoid that sort of thing. I'm trying to think of the most egregious mansplaining I've experienced. I think I've had men try to explain trans attraction to me. Thank you, Chad. I'm a lesbian. I have attracted to trans women. I've dated trans women. Like, I know. Oh, I feel like okay, here let me try to evolve some more sophisticated thoughts about mansplaining. I feel like part of okay, like let me like, let's like critically interrogate the concept of mansplaining, right? Because I feel like men also mansplain to each other. So I feel like a little bit of what's going on with the feminist complaint about mansplaining is that people who are raised, like women who are raised female, language encounter how do you talk about transgenders? Can someone DM me to explain this? Like I feel like men are raised to like be assertive about their opinions, and I feel like men socialize with other men by kind of like being bragging know-it-alls. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that's a thing that like that passes for normal in like male social circles. Like is like bragging is like trying to like one up each other with your technical knowledge. You know what I mean? Women don't do that. Women tend to be like more like self-effacing, right? And more modest, right? You're sort of I mean this comes across in just like the vocabulary choice, right? Like I feel like on average you know, and I would attribute this to socialization entirely, but like women are more likely to present their ideas using a kind of like self-effacing framing device, I don't know if this really makes sense, but I guess I'm just kind of feeling like maybe, in that kind of preface to an opinion, right? Whereas men are more like direct and they act confident even when they don't know what they're talking about. And so when women encounter men, how much more awkward can I make this? When women encounter men out in the world or wherever these things happen, um, you know, on the planet Earth, for example, what is wrong with me tonight? Men do their like confident explaining, bullshitting their way through a technical subject thing, and then women are like, yeah, I don't know if this makes sense, but I just feel like maybe you don't know what you're talking about. And and like women get irritated with the overconfident bullshitting that men do, right? And then they created the term mansplaining to describe this. But I feel like men, I don't know. I'm sure there is like a condescending aspect of this, right? Where men assume that women, I mean, I'm sure that is a real thing, right? Men assuming that women need to have everything explained, especially when it concerns like areas of technical knowledge that are somehow coded as masculine. But I also think that there's also an element of this that's literally just like, this is kind of how men communicate on average more than women. And it's like irritating if you're used to socializing with other women who are like a little bit more self-effacing and maybe like, I don't know if this makes sense, but I just feel like maybe like maybe not so overconfident all the time. If that makes sense. I'm entertaining myself. I'm pouring more whiskey. I need to calm down here. Things have gotten out of control. This has been another tangent. I don't know when to ask, but I'm trying to think of if there's ever been a time in my life I've like really enjoyed being mansplained at. Has mansplaining ever been interesting? Has it ever been worthwhile? No. Next question. Can we please strike that answer from the record? Jesse is Stupid Horse Lovelace. How'd you get the nickname Stupid Horse? Let me know next time. Hey Natalie, do you like going to concerts? And if so, any fun stories? Concerts are the thing I missed from before by far. I have a slightly parasocial visual of you just absolutely getting your life at 100 Gex show. That makes me happy. Lots of love, drink water, don't tweet. So it depends what we mean by concerts. If we mean like big pop music concerts, honestly, I tend not to thrive in that environment because I like the kind of like small and middle tier of human socializing. Like I think my favorite way to, my ideal social situation is me hanging out one-on-one with a person I really like. I can do small groups. Small groups are okay. That's fine too. 10 people, that's a good group. you can all kind of sit around a table at a restaurant and chaos does not need to reign. 20,000 people is too many people. I don't thrive when there's 20,000 people in a space. I just feel like I'm a little bit, I wouldn't go so far as to say I'm agoraphobic, but I don't know. I don't like being surrounded by huge teeming crowds. And a kind of weird opinion, I don't know how weird it is. I don't know. Well, an opinion I have that might be a hot take is that I kind of prefer recorded music to live music. Like there's some situations where like, okay, like musicals, for example, like you kind of just need to see musicals live. The experience of watching a recording is not the same. So yeah, I will go to New York. I'll see a Broadway show. I'll buy $155 of alcohol. You know, that's worth it to me because there's an experience of seeing that live that's like very, very distinctive. But when it comes to a lot of other kinds of music, I would rather just hang out in a chill private space and just listen to music, you know? Yeah, Jessica, I agree with everything you're saying in chat about aquariums, botanical gardens, coffee museums. Yeah, I love those kinds of spaces. I know like my take is offensive to musicians because that's how they make money. Indigo Poirier. You have a very fancy name, Indigo. I like that. I like the audacity of it. Indigo Poirier says, "Hi Natalie, on a previous stream, you discussed how transgender lesbians will often be desperate for validation from sapphic cisgender women and will often derail lesbian spaces and conversations seeking this validation by saying passive-aggressive shit like, I don't know if I'm allowed here, but I fully agree that as trans women and lesbians, we will never feel fulfilled until we're able to feel secure in our own womanhood rather than seeking permission from cisgender women. Anyway, my question is, how dare you drag me like this? Just kidding, my actual question is, have you heard of a game called Omori, and does it seem like a game you might like to play on stream? Okay, love you, Queen, bye. Thanks, Indigo. I've never heard of Omori, but I'll make a tab for it. Creating a tab. This is the first tab we've created. What's going on? Oh, it looks cool. The little animation. Okay, too much blinding white light. Sabrina Strix says, hey Natalie, is there any way for me to make compilation videos of you without it being really weird? I saw that Lady Gaga clip and I don't think you're ready for how many people would watch a video of you saying shame over and over. I find it funny, but it seems like an awkward thing to spend so much time on if it makes you uncomfortable. What do you think of these kinds of fan creations? Well, I think that there's a channel. I actually like that channel that just the one that uploaded the Lady Gaga bit that uploads just like under 10-second clips of my videos. I think those are kind of pretty tastefully curated, so I don't mind them. I'll allow it. Morgan Alexander says, "Hey Anat, I've been reading Sexual Personae by Paglia." How is this woman's name pronounced? Paglia or Palia? Palia. We really need to get to the bottom of this. Wikipedia says, Paglia. Camille Paglia. The Italian way, not the English way. Okay. I've been reading Sexual Personae by Paglia since you recommended it on a previous stream. I'm finding it fascinating, and I was hoping you could give a capsule review of what you found most useful / interesting in it yourself. I admit it makes me nervous that you said I recommended it because I know that Camille Paglia is a contentious person to say the least. I think that book is not as contentious as a lot of her other public proclamations. That book I found interesting just because I like the idea of a sexual persona. I feel like that is a concept that has a lot of utility to me. I really need to. It's been a long time since I read that book, and most of the book that I did read, I listened to it while I was under anesthesia, like not like general anesthesia, but like we're talking Vicodin, we're talking Valium, we're talking those two things at the same time. And I remember like being interested by this discussion of she discusses like what she considers the invention of femininity by ancient Egyptians. And I thought that was, I don't know, that hadn't occurred to me that like at some point in history femininity would be invented. And by femininity she means a very specific thing, right? She means a kind of idealized feminine persona that is distinct from the kind of like fertility persona of like the curvaceous, mother goddess, right? So the idea of femininity as this like live, delicate thing, like the idea of that would be a historically contingent construction. I was like, whoa, I never thought about that. I mean, she's talking about art history. It is an interesting book, and she writes a lot about androgyny. I know that, I'm honestly, to be quite honest, I'm fascinated by Camille Paglia. I think that, well, she's a man sympathizer. A lot of ideas that I find really, really irritating if they would come from it. So she's actually a man sympathizer to the point of being like a bit misogynistic. But I'm more interested in listening to it although is Camille Paglia, does she even identify as a woman? She identifies as transgender, but by that she seems to mean something like androgyny. She, her pronouns. I think she would be offended by the notion of preferred pronouns. I think her most contentious take, and one that I find to be at the very best tasteless, is her, I guess, trigger warning sexual assault. She has a take about date rape that is very like, we need to teach women to not put themselves in dangerous situations kind of take. I feel like Huh? I feel like there's a version of what she's trying to say that makes sense, but I feel like the way that she says it is like provocative to the point of like I can't even feel bad if people come after her for that, because it's like, well, you didn't even try to make this not sound like victim blaming, you know? But she's an admirer of masculinity, which I don't know. It's a perspective I'm interested in hearing out. I might talk about her a little bit in a video I'm working on. I like to listen to like articulate contrarian voices, to be honest. I feel like it kind of sharpens me. Like I don't know about her attempt to feud with. She has a lot of feuds. I don't know about the Susan Sontag feud. I know that Madonna fucking hates her. And fair enough. Yeah, she sounds like exactly Francesca. She sounds like she's trying to poke a wasp's nest with a stick 90% of the time. Yes, exactly. Sexual Persona is an interesting and thoughtful book, though. That's not necessarily it's not like edgy and contrarian in the way that her like public speaking tends to be. I think an old video of mine, like we got really mad at Camille Paglia for like saying that transgenderism was like cucking the West or something like that, which is actually a fully asinine take. But okay. Oh, Susan Sontag did the I don't know her. That's about what it is. That's about what this is worth, I think. Blair Hessa says, or Hess, I'm not sure which. Hey, Cher, greetings from Long Island. Recently, I cited your video, Are Traps Gay? For my paper on the LGBTQ panic defense for one of my classes, and it made me wonder how you feel about people using your videos in academic works. As always, thank you and drink water. Gran Laren Plan. I can't even tell what you're trying to type out. I like it when people use my videos as an academic source. It increases my clout on Google Scholar. Actually, there was just a neuroscience essay that was published that I was an author on, because like 10 years ago, I designed some cognitive tasks for people to do while they were in the MRI, the fMRI machine. And so I'm technically a published neuroscientist. I don't think that's what that means, but my name is, I am a co-author of a neuroscience paper, and that's pretty cool. Alice says, hi Natalie, I turned 40 a couple weeks ago, and I'm still struggling to process what it all means. I transitioned when I was 25, and that means I've been trans for longer than there's been iPhones. Do I seem old to you? Am I mom or grandma by this point? Oh, you're definitely still a mom. We need to rise up against Gen Z and not allow our understanding of our own age to be defined by children, by literal children. You know, these people that constantly call me a MILF. Like, yeah, I feel like that I don't know, we shouldn't allow this perspective to rule us, you know? 32 is not that old. 40 is not even that old. Stop it. But I feel you. I always fret about being old. Part of it is, you know, the camera. Honestly, whatever doctor is injecting the blood of the young into Cher and Madonna, like, can that person fucking give me a call? I want to spend my dentist money on whatever's going on over there. Or maybe I can just like stop being on camera someday and like love myself or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, it's cool that you transitioned 15 years ago. I recently went on a couple dates with someone who transitioned in the Audis. And it's like nice to have like in my life someone who, because most of the other trans people I know transitioned like the last 5 years. It's like nice to have the perspective of someone who isn't like transition's not new to them, you know? Because I feel like a disproportionate amount of discourse about transness is produced by people who are like, I am 8 months on HRT and I am an expert. Which is like literally, that was like fully me, to be fair. So I'm not, I'm like dragging myself here as much as anyone else. But it is kind of a thing, right? That like, I mean, and it makes sense, right? Because like people who are new to transitioning are the ones who find the whole process the most fascinating, right? Because they're going through like the thick of it and like there's a lot to think about. But I also feel like there's just a lot of perspective that someone who's been transitioning for less than a couple years just does not have. That, I don't know. I feel like this is kind of a gap in like media coverage of trans people as well. Like there's just so there's so little like awareness of like what happens to trans people after we transition, you know? Like so much of the media coverage of trans people is about like the spectacle of a man becoming a woman, you know? And specifically that is less focused on non-binary people, less focused on trans men, less focused on trans women who already transitioned a decade or 2 ago or 3 ago, right? Because they're all focused on like, this man is becoming a woman, right? And that's kind of changing. Like we have like other types of identities being represented now. Elliot Page is probably the biggest ever celebrity to be transmasculine, especially someone who was like known by a assigned gender at birth identity beforehand. But yeah, I'm not even I mean, I shouldn't even be talking about this yet. Like, I always forget. I feel like I've been trans my whole life, you know what I mean? And I guess I have, like, in some sense. But like, I always forget that I transitioned less than 4 years ago. Like, I'm coming up on 4 years somewhat soon, but like, that's not that long, you know? I'm still kind of a baby trans in a way. A baby trans MILF. Next question. Dipnomaniac says, no particular reason I'm thinking of this, but I recently learned the term social justice Calvinism and wonder if you had any thoughts. Okay, you're linking to a Tumblr post. I'll create a tab for that. Human society is so steeped in sin that not only is it inherently irredeemable, but almost everyone involved is essentially damned. Similarly to real Calvinism, social justice Calvinism allows for a small elect group of people who are miraculously able to rise above the morass of evil that is human society. As in real Calvinism, no one knows who the elect of social justice Calvinism are, but they are identified by certain signs. In social justice Calvinism, these signs are things like using trigger warnings or sharing photo sets of queer people of color. Like real Calvinists, social justice Calvinists tend to shun and loudly denounce much of the society that they see as inherently corrupt, so as to demonstrate as much to themselves as to everyone else that they are likely to be members of the elect. Well, it's very Tumblr. I mean, I think it's a pretty good description of like a lot of Tumblr activism, or like a lot of the sort of social justice Tumblr rights, which is now common on Twitter, right? Like, I do think that, I mean, look, the short version, the short version of what needs to be said is this. Like, I don't know how to say this, but like SJWs are real and they're bad. Right? Like, I mean, I feel like I've always known that to be the case. It's just that, you know, back when I started my channel, I knew that SJWs were bad, but there was no point in saying that SJWs are bad because literally everyone else was saying that. Like YouTube, when I came on the site, like YouTube was like a unified chorus of SJW hatred. So there was no point just to pointing out that SJWs are bad because everyone else was already noticing that, right? Now, is it true that SJWism is a real thing? Like, yeah, of course it is. And it's incredibly, incredibly annoying. Yeah, and you can call it, and you know, we're always like trying to come up with a new name for this. Okay, you can call it social justice Calvinism, SJWism, woke scolds, like, yeah. It's you know, it's this online posturing, right? This online posturing. And like, you know, a lot of the right-wing buzzwords like have some kind of real core, like virtue signaling, right? That's a real thing. Lots of people do that every day. I mean, there's people like, do you guys honestly not think that like YouTubers and like influencers are not like meeting with PR people to discuss how to virtue signal most effectively? Like that happens every day, you know? And then on the smaller scale, like, yeah, like people want to flex their like moral superiority and their knowledge of these issues. And like, yes, it's on social media. So it's part of people's like, I hope it's not overly Peter Coffinish to say social capital. Like, yeah, that's a real thing. But Yeah, almost any attempt to talk about it will inevitably get appropriated by the right and used to dismiss any concern for justice whatsoever. So that's just been the situation for the last, I don't know, 8 years. I do not have a PR team. No, I don't. Probably I should, but I don't. I like to tweet bad things, and they wouldn't let me. I'm drinking neat rye whiskey. This is kind of uncharacteristic for me. It's making my lips really dry. I need to get that chapstick. What happened to that? My tea is definitely cold. I'll drink cold tea. Dymphanomaniac says, no particular reason I'm thinking of this, but I recently learned the term. Oh wait, I literally just read this. Girl, I need to get it together. Joshua Anlick says, I know the aesthetic has received a lot of criticism, but I think I've identified that video's key flaw. Why doesn't the discussion of color in the beginning include Dan Rather explaining how it was better to wear a blue shirt than a white shirt in the early days of television? Congratulations, by the way. I thought it was a great panel. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, I was trying to like be cool and like disguise that I was like, fuck, I'm talking to Dan Rather. I haven't watched it back yet, so I'm glad you think it was good. I often will finish an interview or a stream and like I'll have no idea what I just said until I watch it later. If I even do, and a lot of times I don't. Too Cute Smasher 9000 says, hi bestie, weird question, but where do you lie in birth order? You give me youngest sibling energy, but I really can't tell. Also, you'd look iconic in platinum blonde curtain bangs with your bell bottoms. Yeah, I agree. I don't know. Can you do curtain bangs with like straight hair like this? I guess you could. Honestly, I'm like looking at my hair in the thing right now. I think I need some layers. Don't you think? Like, I think I don't know. Like maybe like a layer, like a hair layer, and then like layer, layer. You know what I mean? Do you guys think that would look good? Because my hair, so the distinctive thing about my hair is that it's very straight and it absolutely will not hold a curl. So the question is like how to give shape to this straw that's hanging off of my head, you know? I've thought about getting bangs, but I don't want like bangs, you know what I mean? But yeah, like maybe some like layery kind of, is that what curtain bangs mean? Leave a comment. Tell me what my hair should be. Also, what color should it be? Is this a good color? This blonde color? Or should I change colors? This is pretty close to my natural color, so it's sort of easy to maintain for that reason. My lips are so dry. I need to get a chapstick. I mean, hair texture is one of those like always greener on the other side things. Like people who have curly hair are always complaining to me how difficult it is and how much work. And I'm like, but it has shape and volume, and my hair has no volume. There's really no point in fighting it though. Like, I've thought about doing like a kind of strawberry blonde. I think that might work for me. A kind of JK Rowling color. That'd be more ginger, right? I am having a good hair day. Okay, I know we do a lot of dumping on Gen Z around here. There's a couple of things that they came up with that are There's a couple of things that they like that I agree with. One of them is center parts. I've always preferred a center part, and I'm glad that Gen Z is on the right side of this issue. I have not tried to bump it. The chat is saying yes to strawberry blonde. It's really long, which is kind of nice, but it's also like a little bit I mean, it takes time, you know? This has to be brushed out every morning and every night, because otherwise I should just shut the fuck up. I should shut the fuck up right now, because like having straight hair is objectively like the easiest to maintain. So just no complaining. I don't get to complain about this. Just shut up. Willow McPhee says, there's a lot of talk lately about parasocial relationships and boundaries between content creators and fans. Some creators feel fans should stay fans, not friends or more. There's justifiable concern about abuse of power. On the flip side, there's concern about follower-based classism. Love that phrase. As a creator, what are your thoughts on that? Okay, and I know what you're talking about. Like, I mean, particularly like, are we talking about Danny Sexbang? Like the Game Grumps drama, where he's like having sex with fans. That drama is really funny to me. I'm sorry, it's not funny, but there's an aspect of it that's really funny, where it's like, this is drama about a man who named himself Danny Sexbang. Newsflash: man who named himself Danny Sexbang turns out to be somewhat sleazy. It's just funny to me. It's just good stuff. But I guess I mean, I know what it's like to interact with fans, and I can tell you that it's gross. It is gross to use the fact that someone is a fan to kind of, you know, hit it and quit it. However, like, how am I supposed to date? You know? Who is in my dating pool that does, you know, like, most people who are interested in dating transgender lesbians in North America, like, know who I am. But I guess that's my problem. I mean, and it also is like, yeah, to be clear, the Danny Sexbang thing, most of the significant drama turned out to be a lie, right? Like, this case was like fascinating to me because this person was accused of like pedophilia, and grooming, and all of that was 100% false based on what we know. And basically this man's crime is that he's 40 years old and he slept with 22-year-olds. And he didn't propose. The man, but it's like, okay, and like he hit it and quit it. Okay. But here, okay, so I have a lot of thoughts about, okay, Danny sex bang tangent. There's a couple of things I have that are thoughts. There's a couple of thoughts I have about this. Right? Like, on the one hand, I feel like I do have some Camille Paglia-ish feelings about this. Like, why do we treat women like babies who can't consent to sex? You know what I mean? Like, okay, you're 22 years old. That's grown up. That's grown up ages. You can make decisions. You decided to have sex with a man named Danny Sexbang. You used your free will and your freedom of choice that you have because you're 22 and an adult, and you use your free will to have sex with a man who named himself Danny Sexbang. Then you got surprised that he didn't propose his hand, that Danny Sexbang didn't offer you his hand in marriage. Like, I don't know. Does feminism need to step in here? Do we need to protect you from your bad choices? Like, I don't know. I don't want to completely dismiss concerns about, like, I don't know. It's just a very different world of sexual ethics that we're in now than, like, because this used to just be called being a rock star, right? We just assumed that these people were having sex with groupies, right? And now we consider that to be a form of abuse. It makes it very hard for me to have sex. Let's put it that way. So I just don't. It's fine, whatever. Just go back to buying Art Nouveau French room dividers on First Dibs. that's my replacement for a sex slave. You're killing me. I could have made him into Danny Marriage Bang. I just can't. I don't know. I don't know what to do with this generation, you know? Yeah, Mark, I feel like that phrases it pretty well. Someone emotionally mature who isn't mentally a 14-year-old fangirl. I feel like there's a lot of questions. I feel like if you are an adult, if you're a 40-year-old man who's deliberately pursuing sexual relationships with people who are mentally 14-year-old fangirls, that's not a great pattern, right? But at the same time, like, why are there so many full-ass adults who are mentally 14 years old? Like, what is going on? What is going on with my generation? What is going on with Gen Z? I don't know. Yeah, Gen Z thinks that, I mean, Gen Z is wild. Like, they're like a full-on, like, Andrea Dworkin takes coming out of this entire generation. It's the feminist sex wars all over again. I mean, it's not the feminist sex wars all over again. The feminist sex war is just it's a continuous thing that's been going on for decades and will never stop, right? I feel like I'm a little bit uninhibited tonight. Probably that's what you get when you take a couple of grams of red Mengda Kratom and then start drinking rye whiskey. I need to be stopped. I need to be silenced. I need to be canceled. Guys, I think I need to like... I need to clear my head. Because I'm not thinking clearly. I can tell, but based on some of the things that I'm saying, like I'm giving very like uninhibited takes to the point that I'm actually kind of scaring myself. Because usually if I'm gonna sit to talk in public, I have to be a little more inhibited than this. What do I do about that? I think I just need some cold water. And some cold water, maybe another pot of tea. Maybe some food. You know what? Let's order some food right now. Yeah, I was like, oh, I can do this all in one night. Yeah, this is absolutely not happening all in one night. I just feel like, I don't know. I'm throwing out a lot of like half-based takes based on like things that I think are funny. And like, I'm just worried that I'm gonna say something stupid, you know? I've already said a lot of stupid things, let's be honest. I really want a chicken sandwich. Oh, is a Wendy's open? Does Wendy's have good chicken sandwiches? Spicy chicken sandwich. Small combo. Diet Coke. Okay, guys, I'm ordering Wendy's. Okay, since I feel uninhibited, can I tell you guys about something like a weird thing that happened to me recently? So, I guess like minor trigger warning, eating disorders. I'm just gonna like touch the surface of eating disorders, but just giving a fair warning. Like, when I do research for a video topic, I tend to research like a ton of different things. And then some of it turns out to be useful, some of it isn't. But for, you know, one of the topics that I considered, oh, maybe I should look into this, is like pro-ana websites, like pro-anorexia blogs. And like, I've always been like aware of these things, but I've never really spent any significant amount of time looking at them. But there, you know, I spent a whole afternoon just reading all the pro-ana blogs and reading like all their fucking rules and looking at their thinspo and reverse thinspo and all this fucking shit. And like, when I was done with that, I fasted for 24 hours. Like, I went out and I bought apple cider vinegar and peppermint, and like they infected my brain, you know? Like, that shit is contagious. Like, I don't have an eating disorder. But like, if you start reading that stuff, it like, I still haven't quite gotten it out of my system, you know? Like, because I think like, I think part of it is that, here's another half-baked controversial take. Like, I feel like the pro anorexia discourse is just kind of like this extreme version of like what is already like pretty like normalized like diet and weight loss culture. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of the things that they recommend are things that I have seen before on like regular like health and fitness or dieting websites or blogs, you know? Like all this stuff about like, oh, don't eat while you're distracted. Like make a plate that has, you know, don't eat more of the food than you put in your plate and decide in advance. And then anorexia just like takes that to like a parodic. These blogs just like take that to like a parodic extreme. But I mean, yeah, I get the way this works, right? Is that like there's already so much background of the culture that is like that is idealizing thinness and like making and like associating all this like a guilt with food. But yeah, there's something about like seeing it laid out in such like an explicitly like oh, the goal is to be skeletally thin, and if you're not down with that, that's because you're a ham beast normie. Like that fucking framing of it, that like, ugh, it sucks you in. Like I can absolutely see how you get sucked into that, because there's also this like the discipline of the body, right? Like that's kind of in a universal human neurosis, right? Is to, because it's like a desire to have control, right? You want to control your own body, and you want to sort of have like a sense of mastery over your urges. And this is a way to do that for some people. That also plays into like prevailing cultural ideal, like norm. Like honestly, like I don't know. It's like weirdly continued to haunt me after reading it in a way that nothing has in a long time. Anyway, I'm gonna eat some Wendy's in a second. Jesus. I'm gonna make some more. Okay, I know my food's not here yet, but let's take a break. I need to stand up. I need to walk around. I need to drink some cold water and get it together. I'll be right back. Let's take a 5. Let's take a full 5. Okay. Let's do a new orb color. Man, I was so focused. I was so focused when I started the stream, and I was so determined not to have it be like all my other AMA streams, a disorganized, distractible mess. But here we are. Let's do tangerine. Tangerine orb. Yeah, I'm like, also like shout out to whoever suggested Kratom a couple streams ago, because that shit has been helping me. Like, obviously, it's not going to solve all my problems. It's, can become a problem in its own right, but like, it's really helped me. It's really good for killing opioid cravings, It's really good for that. And I'm definitely doing less. Definitely doing less oxycodone because I'm doing kratom instead. I think that's progress. I mean, I don't want to be like that addict who's like, yeah, I finally cured my addiction. I just have to take, 36 tablets of red Mangda a day. And I'm not an addict anymore. I'm cured for like, I know that's kind of, a thing that some people do, but to me it's a lot better than the alternative. Let's put it that way. Like, I know, and it's kind of scary, right? Because there's no research on it basically, and the FDA has like put out some like very scary sounding like statements about it, but also it kind of sucks because there's no evidence that it does anything. It's like, yeah, there's no evidence because no one has paid money to study it, right? Like, that's how evidence happens. And they don't want to pay money to study things that big pharmaceutical companies aren't profiting off of. This is about to go. I'm about to launch into, that speech, the one that every fucking pothead has about the fucking war on drugs. I try not to be that, that person. Because a lot of times, like, oh God, the weed people, you get the weed people started, and they're so like, I don't know. If you get the weed people started, they'll convince you that like decriminalizing marijuana in every state, like, it will literally, like, we don't even need any other taxes. It will pay for the entire national budget. It will literally cure cancer, abolish every other kind of fabric because only hemp products are necessary. Like, I feel like I've had this conversation like 50 times. And I feel like I'm becoming that weed person, but with kratom. I'm just noticing it in myself before things get out of hand. Okay, I got the lip balm, as you can see. I dropped the cap on the floor, but I'm gonna worry about it later. Guys, let's focus. Let's get back to questions. Okay, tangerine section, starting now. Jim Brimstone says, Dark Souls stream with Vosh when? You've kept us waiting since November. I would totally do that, but also like, because Dark Souls is single player, right? So what would Vosh's, so I take it I would be playing the game, right? What would Vosh's role in this stream be? Would he be giving me advice? Would we be debating? I don't know. Let's think about this and then I'll make it happen. David Neighbor says, Dearest Dark Mother, you said in a recent stream that you hadn't heard of Phoebe Waller-Bridge, and my gay ass shrieked. She wrote, directed, and starred in Fleabag, which is a dark, hilarious, brilliantly written, and very short TV series that swept all the awards in 2019. I think you'd absolutely love it. Chat, back me up. Fleabag is amazing, right? Anyway, that's all. Thanks for everything you do, Gorge. Okay, I guess I have to watch Fleabag. Chat. Confirm or deny. Max Stroud says, "Hey bestie, you look extra girl boss this evening." I feel like I look like less. I feel like I look like a mess this evening, but thank you. No question, but I can't get the thought of you featuring on a Dorian Electra song out of my head. I crave a hyperpop cat girl anthem about smashing uwu. Alexa, play Head Pats by Dorian Electra, feat ContraPoints on Spotify. I love it so much. P.S. I love your apartment. Thank you. Yeah, so okay. I actually have had Instagram DM conversations with Dorian about me being in one of their videos. So there's a chance that it could actually happen. I don't know how serious they were about it, but I'm very serious. So I am I'll do everything I can, Mac, to make your dreams come true. Head pats. Chris Fail says, what advice would you give would-be pundits to help them make social media more, social? Would-be pundits. I'm not sure I quite understand the question. Would-be pundits to help them make social media more social. Can someone in the chat explain this question to me? I forgot the music is still on. That's fine. I don't need to, honestly, you guys should listen to the music. I shouldn't listen to the music. The music is distracting me. I think it distracts me a little bit, but it might not distract you. Now I'm doing the compulsive chapstick application that I have when I'm sitting next to it. It's either too much or too little. It's made with so many things. I'm waiting for the chat to explain this question to me. How to make it less cancel? And that's one interpretation. How to make it more pro-social, right? Well, I don't know if this is really in the hands of individual So, okay. One thing I will say about the cancel culture topic is I understand why people are annoyed that it gets talked about so much, because it's not really an issue that affects most people. But the people it does affect the most are the people who, I mean, almost by definition, have the loudest voices. So influencers, if you're an influencer, cancel culture is likely one of the biggest problems in your daily life. It's something that you confront hourly, right? And by definition, influencers have more influence than most people. So this topic gets talked about more because it's very, very relevant to the people who have the biggest platforms. Honestly, I don't know that this is something that can be fixed just by lecturing people on don't do cancel culture. Like, I think we can help people understand it, but I feel like Twitter as a platform kind of so I do think that part of it has to do, I'm stealing the thoughts of a friend of mine, by the way, so please flag that these are not my thoughts, but my friend's thoughts that I'm stealing. Just to make sure I don't take credit for ideas that aren't mine. My friend was telling me that she thinks that the way Twitter is designed, basically, and I mean that's a thought I've had many times, but like the way Twitter's design kind of makes canceling culture and really unproductive combative discourse easier. Whereas, and this is more my friend's thought, social media sites that are sort of organized as forums, like Reddit, for example, tend to produce more constructive discourse where these kinds of exaggerated accusations don't, in the Tumblr lexicon, spread like wildfire, right? Twitter is a website designed, not intentionally, but in effect, designed to spread moral outrage, justified or not, like wildfire. The quote tweets, right? And I think that that's not something we can really pin on individual pundits or users, right? It's a flaw in the machine itself. God damn it, I did the lip balm again. Put it down. Put it down. At least my lips aren't dry anymore. The big they them of the Mid-South says, hey Gorge, hope you're getting some fresh spring air during your breaks from video making. I'm not as much as I should. Thank you. Has social media created a culture in which people are physiologically incapable of minding their business? Bezos Princesa. Yes. Yes, it has. I mean, I think that, you know, again, social, like almost by nature, by design, by definition, practically, social media is making your business everyone's business, right? So the concept of minding your own business is almost like not intelligible in the 21st century, right? This is like the byword of a bygone era. Does that phrase make sense, or did I just like the way it sounds? Hold on. What does byword mean? A person who thinks cited as a notorious and outstanding example or embodiment of something. Yeah, that does make sense. The byword of a bygone era. Wow, we're being very literary tonight. Like, but minding your own business, like, that's like white picket fence shit. You know what I mean? That's like suburbs and like housewives doing inscrutable, dark business behind closed doors. You know what I mean? We don't have that anymore. Now, like, my business, Communist Bugs Bunny, our business, right? Am I making myself clear? So I don't think it's a matter of psychology. Similar to what I said with the last question, I think it's a matter of it's a matter of the nature of social media. Liddy Airy. I love that. I hate it. No, I'm not drunk. It's like this weird combination of kratom and like a very mild alcohol buzz. It's like two mild buzzes intersecting to create a unique multiplicative buzz, if that makes sense. That I would say is like, it's not drunken, it's not like fucked up. It's just like a little bit uninhibited, I would say, is how I feel. Sam Hughes says, it seems like the UK has especially been a hotbed of TERF ideology compared to with the US. Is that impression accurate? And do you have any speculation as to why it's so centered in the UK? I know people have asked me this question before, and I feel like I don't have an adequate answer. I know there's been articles written about this. I feel like some of it has to do with like English prudishness. I mean, the English have sabotaged global sex for centuries, right? They have exported to all of their numerous colonies their draconian homophobic law. They have oh boy, get ready for one of my Anglophobic rants. They have basically turned their specific parochial breed of island dwelling sexual repression and forced that on 2/3 of the globe. And now they're doing it again. Right? I mean, look what they've done to gay people for centuries, right? Look what they did to Oscar Wilde. Look what they did to Alan Turing. So there's that. There's also the fact that like the English press. Well, I don't entirely know what to attribute the rest of this to, right? Because it's English academics as well. I don't have an explanation for that. I feel like this needs an English person's insight. I'm giving you my like hostile American insight. I just realized that this hoodie that I'm wearing kind of looks like a blazer. That's probably why someone thought I was girl boss. It's actually a hoodie. It's actually really a degenerate. I want to try zipping this and see how I feel. I don't know. Is it because the English press is such a fucking tabloid machine? Like, this water, I accidentally put it in the freezer. Well, I didn't accidentally. I put it in the freezer and I accidentally left it there too long. Oh, this is actually working really well. But it's kind of expanded at... I'm not explaining this very clearly. Okay, that was not a clear explanation. I don't know. I have to think about it. If someone finds like one of those articles about why the UK is so turfy, leave a comment. Sam Hughes says, "Ooh, I feel really good. I took another tablet of the green Mangda, and I think that actually the green is kind of a sweet spot for me. I tried the sorry, this is becoming Kratom stream. I really don't want to become the person I'm obviously already becoming, but I feel like, okay, so it's not strains, first of all, right? It's just the same plant harvested at different states of maturity, like tomatoes, right? There's not, like a green tomato is just an underripe tomato. But it's the same with Kratom. It's like white, green, and red, depending on at what stage you harvest the leaf and how it's dried. But like there really are drastically different effects. Like the white is almost like speed, you know, or caffeine. And then the red is kind of it's like tramadol, or it's like opium without the euphoria. And then the green is this like very pleasant hybrid. I think the green might be my favorite. Kratom stream. Kratom stream. Oh no. I think I was, yeah. I think doing the red red Mengda was not the right move for a stream. I should have done green. Wait, Banjo, really? Can you actually? In most states, it's legal. You can just buy it. Probably the FDA is going to crack down at some point. And then I'm going to throw a Twitter tantrum about it. Yeah, I should have a code. I should become a brand ambassador. Olivia Rowlands says, sorry for unzipping you with my limerence question last time. Oh, that's okay, Olivia. I obviously needed to be unzipped. And you're very welcome. This time I'll keep it later. Do you have any favorite Maria Bamford bits? I've listened to all her albums about 1,000,000 times, so I really like Maria Bamford. Do I have favorite bits? Well, God, it's been a long time. I loved the Maria Bamford show. I remember I really got into that in 2014, and I think it actually definitely influenced some of my early YouTube humor. Actually, okay, people are always asking me, oh, I need suggestions for how to be a YouTuber. Go watch the Maria Bamford show, because that is as low budget, simple as a thing could possibly be, while also being worth watching. It helps to be an extremely funny person, which I realize that Maria is and most people are not, but it still is good inspiration, I think, for some of the very basic mechanics of like the simplest video editing that works, right? And I mean, I guess part of the reason that it works for her is that she's so good with voices. I guess one bit that comes to mind is when it's one of the Maria Bamford show bits where she's doing she's doing like an impression of her own stand-up set, and then impressions of various people in the audience. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? That is such a part of the paradigm that I understand. I like that. I might be misquoting that, but it's it's been a long time since I've seen it, but I really like that. I like her impression of her mom. It's very like loving and well studied. There's like a universality to that. To like, most people cannot do a perfect impression of their mother, but there's a kind of universality that is sort of relatable in how thoroughly she has internalized the voice of her mother, right? like it's just I don't know, there's something like beautiful about it to me, like honestly beautiful about it. Like it's hilarious, but also just compelling. Okay, I think I've sold you on this. Hirius says, or Hirius, not sure which. Do you play D&D or any similar games with friends? If so, what character do you play? If not, what kind of fantasy character do you think you would like to play? If that's not really your thing, what types of roles do you like to write for yourself? Well, I actually don't really play D&D. I'm not like opposed to it. I think one reason that it doesn't appeal to me is that I already have to write and be funny and creative in my job. So being funny and creative and writing characters for fun is like is less appealing, I think, to me than it is to someone who works at a bank, you know, where in their off time they want to use those skills that they don't use at work. Whereas in my off time, I like to, you know, be a financial consultant. No. Okay. Well, look at how I play the Elder Scrolls. I feel like that's the kinds of characters that I like to play are like axe murderers, addicts, failed mages, rogues, um, pirates, cannibals, cutthroats, scallywags, street urchins, that kind of thing. What a weird answer. Jennifer Convertible says, "Hey gorgeous, so I started joining local orgs to attempt to make an impact in my area. It was cool until I started noticing final boss debate bro types consistently trying to trap me into arguing with them. Until I get so overwhelmed, the flight instinct takes over. What do how make stop? Final boss debate bro. That's very good description. I would say honestly, do not let them trap you into a debate. Just troll them. Troll them with insincere, glib responses. And that's honestly the best thing I can think of is refuse to engage by offering bad faith glib rejoinders. Thank you very much for your simping time message, Jennifer. Oh, it's this one. You don't get a thank you, babe. Says, would you please remember to drink water periodically tonight? I'm one step ahead of you, babe. I've got the water right here. Okay, so my food is about to get, oh, my food's here. Okay, guys, I know I just took a break. I'm gonna go eat a Wendy's chicken sandwich in private because I can't eat on stream anymore because I ruined my brain by reading too many pro anorexia blogs and now I feel shame. I'm gonna go eat in shame. God damn it. My poor brain. I'm back. Oh my gosh. The Wendy's was really good. And I ate it while listening to Fran Lebowitz complain about New York, which is like half of what I put on when I'm eating. I like to listen to like all these like old like YouTube clips. I like listening to I don't know why I like listening to old grouchy people. Like I like listening to Fran Lebowitz complain about New York. I like listening to Christopher Hitchens complain about God. I like listening to Host is a prolific whiner that I like to listen to while I'm eating or showering. The Wendy's is very good. It's honestly worth it. The Pro Anna blogs are wrong. They're wrong about Wendy's. Wrong about life. I don't even agree with Fran Lebowitz. That's my thing. It's like I don't even agree with her takes. I just like listening to her complain. I don't know why. I just find there's something yes, David Sedaris. David Sedaris is less grouchy, but I do like listening to David Sedaris. I actually do. Okay, guys, this is my guiltiest pleasure. I actually do like listening to Jordan Peterson. I don't like listening to him talk about like politics, but I like listening to his old lectures about philosophy and psychology. Like I like listening to his like I like listening to him ramble about Jungian psychology. That's when he's at his best. Okay, Dark Confessions. This is getting fucked up. Let's continue. It's actually not a Frosty. It's just a soda. I also took more kratom. So no more drinking. Okay, well guys, look. I'm cutting all my bad habits out. No oxycodone, no alcohol, just kratom. It's just plants, bro. It's just drugs. It's fine. Okay. Guys, questions. Jay says, are you a David Bowie fan? If so, do you have a favorite record or period? I actually don't know David Bowie's music as well as I know like other like vaguely gay dad rock, like so like Queen. I know I've listened to literally every Queen album because I had them all in high school. Actually, no, my dad had them all in high school. He had them on vinyl. He had every Queen album on vinyl. And he made CDs of his vinyls. And I used to listen, like, like some of my dad's music I didn't like, but the one that I did like is Queen. And I listened to every Queen album. But yeah, David Bowie, what do I know? I mean, like, there's the star eye period. That's you guys are gonna get so mad at me for not knowing about David Bowie. But oh yeah, Labyrinth. Labyrinth is one of those movies that I've seen like 5 times, but every time I watch it, I am so high that I don't like retain any of it. I could not tell you one thing that happens in the movie Labyrinth, except David Bowie, puppets, and at some point there's a labyrinth. Like, that's all I got. It's kind of like how I've seen Rocky Horror Picture Show like 40 times, but I still don't know how it ends. Because at this stage, all I know is there's a pool. There's a pool at the end of Rocky Horror, and there's a Sistine Chapel ceiling at the bottom of the pool. I can remember that, but that's all I can remember. And it's because every single time that I watched, all 40 times that I watched Rocky Horror Picture Show, I was so drunk by the end, I couldn't remember anything. I am a problem person. Do you guys know that I'm like not I'm not really a good role model. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of trash. That's another thing that's talking about getting famous. Is like back when I had like 10,000 people watching my videos, I could just be openly trash. No one expected me to be a role model. No one expected me to be good, to engage, to model good behavior of any kind. Now, by being the trash person I've been the entire time, people suddenly have like these inflated expectations that I'm suddenly gonna not be garbage because I have 1 million subscribers. But that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Okay. Allegedly, Angelo says, "Hi, my beloved parasocial friend. I hope you're having a pleasant evening with us." I am, thanks. I know that I'm sorry guys, I know that this stream has been very like all over the place. I'm not answering questions at a very good rate. I'm going on tangents. I'm taking too many breaks. I'm not happy about it either, but I am having a relaxing time. And so, for whatever that's worth, I'm having a pleasant evening with you. I am. My question for this month is rather a confession. Oh boy. Through your videos on men, gender critical, and now the JK Rowling one, I've come to terms that I might not be as cis as I thought. Long before YouTube videos were a thing, I doubted myself, but you made me confront that. I want to thank you for making me. This is the first time I'm talking about this in public, and it feels freeing. So yeah, not cis, but I also don't know what I am, but a fucking mess. Anyway, love you as always, and thank you for existing. Well, you're very welcome, allegedly, Angelo. I'm sorry. And good luck. Invented Night says, "Look, a question of appropriate length." The shade. "What components of set design are you most excited about since you've moved?" Well, I have a lot more space to work with now, and I sort of have not yet taken full advantage of it because I haven't painted, I haven't wallpapered, I haven't done the things I'm supposed to be doing. However, I basically have, so I filmed the last 2 videos in this dining room that has the red painted walls. I filmed voting in there, and I filmed the throne part of JK Rowling in there, and I finally have this like very opulent table and chairs, and I'm gonna hang these like crazy like velvet curtains. And I'm gonna do part of the next video as like a banquet. I might do a mukbang video. I'm gonna have to learn again to eat on camera. that's part of the it's part of the video. A muck banquet, exactly, Luke. And okay, what else am I excited to film? Okay, there's very pretty stairs. You guys have seen those in the behind the scenes video. I want to film something on those stairs. I want to go full Vertigo, full Hitchcock with those stairs. Brian D says, "Hi Gorge, new fan, first time questioner. I loved your description of society's view of trans women as a combination succubus-incubus. Could you talk about the way you play with / undermine these stereotypes in your videos?" Well, ever since like some of the first videos I ever have uploaded, there's always been like an occasional like background joke that I'm like maybe possibly like a low-key like Buffalo Bill type serial killer. Which like I considered playing up even more in the J.K. Rowling video, but I kind of decided it was like at a certain point like not really helping my case if I'm constantly joking about being a serial killer in my video about why trans women are not serial killers. So I get that, but also okay, the incubus succubus thing. Well, because there's also the succubus side of it, right? Which is like, I don't know, the jokes about like trapping men or whatever, which I do less of now because, you know, gay. But I guess, although I don't see why that has to rule out jokes about trapping men. This is bad. This is bad behavior. But you know, there's something about me that like, okay, you know how earlier I was talking about how like being an SJW is bad? I feel like there's something about me. It's that like shitty 16-year-old attitude of like, whatever you tell me to do, I'm gonna do the opposite. And whatever you like, if you say that a word is bad, I'm gonna say it. And like, it's like this kind of like adolescent anti-authoritarian streak that I have that makes me want to say things that I'm not supposed to say. And I know that's childish and I should grow out of it. But like, it's one thing that, I don't know. I'm sorry, I just cannot. Okay, when I was a kid, I had to go to church. And let me tell you, I mean, we're talking about like a predominantly white Protestant, like Presbyterian church. And let me tell you, there is no joke funnier than a joke that is whispered to you by your brother who's sitting next to you in the pew during a sermon. You know what I mean? Like, and so when I know I'm not supposed to laugh at something, it makes it like 20 times funnier to me. And so, like, I know that I'm not supposed to, like, I know I'm not supposed to think it's funny to joke about trans women trapping men or about trans women making suits out of women's skin. But because I'm not supposed to joke about it, it makes it so much funnier. And then I just end up laughing at the thing because I'm not supposed to laugh at it. And I'm oppressed. Okay. This is yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess I'm still kind of a 16-year-old at heart. Milosh says, "Dear Natalie, I can't think of a question. Think some happy thoughts or something IDK." Okay, I will. Thinking happy thoughts. Yeah. Franco Del Rosario says, "Hi Natalie, millennials feel our generation is uniquely fooked and that the boomers would never understand. But also, boomers in their youth were responsible for the peace and love hippie movement of the 70s, which itself is a pushback against a war-hungry and xenophobic establishment. Do you find that there are parallels between millennial angst and 70s counterculture? What can the young folk now learn from the whole peace and love thing? Thanks." Well, I have always had a kind of sense of like millennial inferiority to like the 60s like boomer counterculture, in the sense that, okay, it goes this we need to analyze this SJW thing. What is my problem with SJWs? Well, I feel like the problem, I mean, let's start with me, right? I really hate the idea of being an SJW. Why? Because to me, an SJW or a woke scold or whatever fucking jargon we want to use for this is someone who, and this was especially true in like 2016, like SJW discourse, someone who has no sense of humor, someone who cannot laugh at themselves, someone who is this sort of moralistic, scolding, preachy, priggish, you know, sort of real kind of a teacher's pet, grammar Nazi, kind of person. And that's just, I just feel that that bothers me because it's like against everything that I stand for. Right? Which is like self-deprecation and laughing at myself and not taking things too seriously. And I know that like 60s hippies were actually really preachy and annoying in their own right. And I mean, they're the ones who drove John Waters to making those, you know what I mean? That, I think Pink Flamingos and movies like that were in some ways kind of an edgy middle finger to like peace and love generation, like preachiness. But also, I think that, you know, at least the hippies, they had like this vibrant like culture, right? This music. And I think that, like, what the fuck do SJWs have? Like, what the fuck do millennials have that's equivalent? Where's our SJW Jimi Hendrix? You know? Like, I just feel this sense of inferiority because I feel like we're just this generation of like whiny people who aren't producing anything of cultural significance. I know that's not really true. But I guess I just have this anxiety. That's what it is. It's an anxiety about becoming overly like priggish, and I don't know. I don't want to be this kind of like resentment driven um like puritanical woke scold, you know? Yeah, you will, right, you have no punk without rebellion against hippie parents. Well, that's kind of that's kind of how I interpret John Waters. Like, I feel that Pink Flamingo is a very punk attitude. Zachary Scott Cole says, "Hi Nat, what's your favorite Nicholas Winding Refn film, and do you think he's relevant in 2021? You mentioned him a while back, much to my delight. Thanks." So the only one I've seen is Neon Demon, which I've seen a couple times. I was fascinated by it when it came out. It definitely influenced some of my like lighting and set design choices. But I think as a movie, it doesn't really hold together. Like I just think that visually it's just very beautiful and fascinating. But I feel like, honestly, I can't. This is another one of those movies that I was high. You know, the first time I saw it, God, I was way too high. There's something about a bear, or is it a mountain lion? I think it's a mountain lion. Yeah, I just don't feel like I don't know. I don't remember that movie. I just don't remember the like having a plot that really gripped me. And a couple scenes that were pretty disturbing, pointlessly so, in the way that like male directors tend to. Why do male directors so love sexual exploitation as a subject matter? They just can't. They can't keep away from it. But Neon Demon does have these like visuals that are kind of part fashion photo shoot, part like avant-garde theater, part just very innovative lighting and stuff. I don't know. It influenced some of my video design. Rachel Ann says, "I was rewatching your canceling video for some reason. If you were to revise it, would there be any changes you would make? Any deepening or changes to your understanding of the subject since then?" Well, there's a couple of things. I mean, the first thing I would change is just kind of a more basic, revision, which is that I would cut out a lot of the explanation of like the backstory of my problematic tweets or Buck Angel or like, because that was kind of stuff that I felt like I had to say in order to address the situation that I was in the midst of. But I think that, that stuff was produced in a state of emotional extremes and not really as well revised as it should have been. It should have been cut down and made slimmer and more. Sorry, I'm using this anorexic language. It should have. God damn it. Can I just shut my brain up? I actually wrote the first 3,000 words of that script I that's the first two sections, like the first 20 minutes of the video that covers like that uses like James Charles as an example, and then uses sort of introduces the first cancel culture tropes. I wrote that in late October 2019. And I then in November I did almost no work on that video because I can't even remember in November 2019. I was in such a deep depression. I mean, well, you guys know the timeline of this. Like, what the fuck just happened? Okay, am I still streaming? Did we lose stream for a second? Okay, it should be fixed. Okay. I mean November, like, so the canceling thing happened. Joanne finally told me you need to. She finally realized that she kind of, for my own good, needed to remove herself from my life. And that kind of also forced me to break up with my boyfriend and realize the truth about my sexuality. And also, so all that was going on that month. And that plus the canceling shit, I mean, I was like not a human being. I was so like falling apart. And I just remember listening to the soundtrack to Hades Town and just crying for an entire month. And then in December, I was like, the guilt caught up with me. I haven't worked on a video in a month. I went back to my script that I started in October and I revised those first 3,000 words, which is why the first 20 minutes of canceling are really good. Because they were more thoroughly revised and perfected, which the rest of the video wasn't. The rest of the video is more in a first draft kind of form. I didn't have like a month off to think things through and return to something that I had left on the table, which is why, in my opinion, the first 20 minutes of canceling are extremely good. And then it gets a little bit more diluted after that, but not that I think it's bad, but I just think that the first 20 minutes of that video are very tight and effective in a way that after that it kind of gets a little more long-winded. But that's just nothing I upload is perfect, because if I were to make perfect videos, I would make 1 or 2 a year, and that's just not enough. So what else would I change? I mean, I think that I would need to have, this really is a complicated discussion, right? That's beyond the scope of one video. But like, so what do we do, right? Is I feel like the question a lot of people have for me. Okay, so like, if we grant that cancel culture is a thing, we grant that it can lead to these excesses where we are obsessively like shaming a person for stuff that's just like not the kind of unforgivable thing that you might think from the moral tone. Sorry, I had to reach with my chair. The moral tone of the cancelers. Like, well, how do we address situations where people who have power and influence are saying, things that are bad? I mean, to me, that's a question that I kind of wanted to return to in J.K. Rowling. I mean, I don't think I've ever done anything as bad as J.K. Rowling, right? But in that video, I tried to like like I say in the J.K. Rowling's, you know, in the intro, like treat her like a human being and understand like where she seems to be coming from, and like be critical without being abusive and without demanding that everyone disown her, you know. So I guess in the J.K. Rowling video, and in some sense, like a lot of the videos that I've done since canceling are in a way canceling part 2. Like in a way, Justice part 1 is canceling part 2. In a way, J.K. Rowling is canceling part 2. In a way, the video I'm working on now is canceling part 2. In the sense that like some of these threads I'm kind of picking up and working on some aspect of. I say obviously the J.K. Rowling video is not about canceling specifically, but one goal I had for that video was how to sort of model criticizing a public figure without veering into abusiveness or demands that everyone disown this person, which I feel like are the worst tendencies that you know, like cancel culture phenomenon produces. Griffin Harbold says, "Hey there, Natalie. Hope you're doing well. Random question, but if any, which philosopher had impacted you the most, no matter how positive or negative? Throughout studying my ethics course, so far it's Confucius for me." Okay, so I feel like when I was younger, well, okay, I'd say in my 20s, the philosopher who had the biggest impact was Wittgenstein. In part because Wittgenstein helped me get out of philosophy. Because I think one reason I got interested in philosophy is like I was genuinely curious about like these political debates, or you know, at the time like atheism was kind of more the topic of the moment, and so there's all this like ontology about atheism, and that I think got me interested in part in philosophy, but also, you know, I was interested in like politics and ethics, and I guess I got frustrated pretty fast though, as like it seemed that like the higher up you went in academic philosophy, the more scholarship was devoted to just kind of weird semantic micro questions about possible world ontology and just like stuff that no sane person could possibly care about at all. And Wittgenstein helped me understand why that stuff is a waste of time, because it's a misunderstanding of language, right? That really made a huge impact. And I don't know, I would say that I'm rereading Nietzsche. And I've read Nietzsche 3 times in my life. The first, I read him when I was in high school, and I didn't understand a word of it, but I loved it. I loved it all the same, because, you know, fuck school, fuck God. Then I read Nietzsche again in my 20s when I was in SJW, and I was like, this is a fucking incel misogynist. Fuck this guy. But now, if we dismiss his embarrassing takes about the femoids, I'm reading Nietzsche a 3rd time, and I'm like, this is honestly like 70% correct. Like, I think actually like this is kind of the correct take about a lot of things. I have nothing more to say about that for now. Ominous Benefactor says, "Hi Natalie, I've been ruminating on your views on classical art and realizing I'm not much of a fan of avant-garde performance art or hyper-minimalist art, though I feel like it's expected of leftists to defend new forms of art as a challenge to conservative tastes." I feel like there's no difference between me painting a canvas all red and the artist from your capitalism video, except our levels of renown. I guess my question is, if there's any modern art you like. Yes, definitely. I mean, what counts as modern art, right? Like, are we talking about only the kinds of things that are displayed in museums? Or, you know, because if modern, I mean, is anime modern art? You know what I mean? Like I feel like this is a topic where setting the boundary of the category is kind of the major point of discussion. But are there like abstract painters you could say even that I like? Yeah, I feel like some abstract painting has really kind of grown on me. I especially like it in decorating, right? Because I think that oftentimes, putting a big classical painting up is kind of it's kind of not the best from a decorating perspective, in my opinion, because there's a lot going on there. It's very visually distracting, which sometimes when you're designing a space, you want big blocks of color and shape. You know what I mean? And abstract, paintings are good for that. I realize this is kind of probably shade to most people, is that I'm basically calling abstract art like, decorative. But okay. I'm sorry that like Rothko, like these like degradés and like color blocks and things. I'm sorry, there's a reason that people like putting them in corporate settings. They look good as decoration. Jackson Pollock has, there's this wonderful sense of like motion in a lot of those paintings that it's just paint splatters, bro. Okay, but like they're artful paint splatters, right? Like there's a sense, like I said, of motion, and like there's stuff going on that's not just random paint splatter. You know what I mean? Like there's a reason that that's hard to imitate. Well, I don't know. I'm sure he's probably one of the easier artists to imitate in the grand scheme of things, but like you somewhat have to know what you're doing. I feel like this is not a very stirring and inspiring defense of modern art. I don't think anyone's gonna be convinced. Well, I just feel like modern art, whether we're talking about abstract painting or we're talking about like, I don't know, like video installation, sound installation, like it's a lot better if we don't have to take it too seriously. If you're allowed to make jokes in the museum, I like it a lot more, I've also heard things like, I've also seen things that are genuinely very beautiful. Like, I was watching YouTube videos of this like sound artist who put like 40 speakers in the space and each one plays one voice of Thomas Tallis's Spem in Alium, a like Renaissance piece of choral music that is like, okay, and arguably this is not modern art because it's it's the Renaissance, but like, okay, the idea of surrounding yourself in loudspeakers is using modern technology to bring to life this Renaissance art in a way that has, you know, that kind of uses the medium of sound installation. And I thought that was cool. And like, you know, I realized that I haven't even experienced this directly, but just listening to it with headphones and imagining how that must sound when you have one voice from each speaker surrounding you, like that was enough to make me cry. And I really would wish I could experience that someday. Fun Thomas Tallis fact: Spem in Alium is also featured in the novel 50 Shades of Grey, because that's what Christian's playing to Anna as she gets like spanked or whatever in the final scene. It's so dramatic. E.L. James, you maniac. It's such a perfect cheapening of that music. I'm obsessed with it and I love it. Gabrielle Youngme 69 says, "Hi Natalie, I was born in 1996. Pew Research says it's the last year that counts as millennial, but others say it's the first year of Gen Z. Do you have any thoughts on the way generational lines are drawn? I agree with where it's drawn. Experiences, characteristics of both generations do/don't apply to me, but it's weird to be in an ambiguous transition between what is treated as two distinct groups. Dare I say liminal. Side note, I think people my age are more likely to resemble millennials, depending on how much one paid attention to 2000s pop culture and what year we started having unsupervised access to the internet." Yeah, I don't have an opinion. I think that you simply are, you know, a generation is a social construct, right? Like there is, we kind of make up where the boundaries of a generation are. And so it should be expected that there's people who are right in the middle, right? So like you can kind of, I don't know. I feel like you're if you're 96, 97, you're sort of entitled to identify as both or either. I agree with what you're saying about how like specific cultural experiences that you had early in life could totally push you one way or the other. Also, you know, these generalizations are generalizations, right? In a lot of ways, I don't identify with millennials, even though I am unambiguously a millennial. I find millennials annoying in a lot of ways. I like that Gen Z thinks that parting your hair in the center is the correct way. I agree. Natty Soltaz says, "Hi Natalie, any good dreams lately?" You know, I feel like I only remember the bad ones. I was having some horrible dream a couple nights ago involving like drug cartels and like the sale of human flesh. I don't remember any details. I just remember it being violent and unpleasant. But yeah, I don't remember my dreams very often. I think that's a good sign. It means I'm getting enough sleep. I feel like usually, sorry, I'm doing restless leg syndrome. It's shaking the camera. I feel like usually if I'm remembering my dreams, it's because I'm waking up while I'm still like I'm kind of waking up suddenly or waking up when I haven't gotten enough sleep yet. And that's what causes me to remember the dream, that it was interrupted. I feel like uh, if I sleep enough and just wake up naturally, then I don't remember my dreams. It's like the dreams are finished and then I wake up and there's no need to remember them. Evan Michael says, hey, Gorgina Gorge, have you seen Barry Lyndon? It's peak ContraPoints. I watched it for the first time recently and recognized the Schubert pieces from your videos. Relatedly, what is your favorite Stanley Kubrick movie? Hope you are well and can't wait for the next video. Alles Liebe, Evan. Thanks, Evan. Yes, I've seen Barry Lyndon, and Barry Lyndon is my favorite Stanley Kubrick movie. I think that not everyone is up for it because it is kind of a lot of, you know, 18th century costume drama, but I happen to love that 18th century. That's my time, that's my shit. And the music is gorgeous, the clothes are beautiful, the architecture and design is beautiful. The furniture, I just love everything 18th century so much. And yeah, Barry Lyndon has some like cringy Stanley Kubrick stuff in it. Stanley Kubrick's another one who he's good unless you get him on the femoids, and then it's like more of this embarrassing. You can't help but be embarrassed for these people, for these men, you know? I feel like I'm doing a little bit of man hating, too much man hating on this stream. I promise I'm not a man hater, not by any means. But I just can't, I'm sorry that I notice when things are cringe. I mean, I'm not sorry. Barry Lyndon, it's a good movie to kind of like half talk over, you know, like 2001. I realize other people, the people who are also going to be mad about me saying that. I'm sorry. I just feel like it's good to, like, some movies are fine to talk over. To me, these movies are not sacred experiences. Like, oh god, yeah, Zach, don't even get me started on Kubrick's Lolita. I've never finished that because it's so bad. It's unwatchable. It's also just not Lolita, you know? It's like a different story entirely, and a story that I'm not interested in. Ella Marie Rosenzweig says, hey Nat, as we get closer to going back to normal, what do you think is going to be the hardest adjustment for you? For me, it's going to be going back to timing my bathroom breaks, as I'm a teacher and can't leave students unattended. Yeah, I could see that. Well, for me, I mean, I'm working from home one way or another, you know? But I think that honestly, there isn't really a hard part for me for that reason. It just gets easier because when I'm working at home, I'm just working at home instead of like, oh, I'm trapped at home. I've been trapped at home for a year and I can't go out and see people and do anything. You know what I mean? It's just gonna be, there's almost no negative, I think, for me for things reopening. It's not even like, you know, you'd think that with this lockdown, like I would be more productive because I have less distractions. I'm at home all the time anyway. There's nothing stopping me from getting tons of work. No, I'm less productive. Like, and I'm not the only one. Like, I've talked to a lot of people who say, like, even though they have way more time during lockdown, they're way less productive because having infinite time by yourself is not necessarily the correct recipe for creative productivity, right? You need to go out and live too. You have to have something in your life going on to create about. If it's just you alone with your thoughts, like, I don't know, it actually makes it harder. It makes it harder to work, and it's hard to explain why. Ray Ellis says, detransition stories seem to have gained a lot more media attention recently. Do you think this is more of a bad thing since it plays directly into TERF and transphobe narratives and can be abused by them? Or is it worth it since these stories can serve as a resource to people who are questioning, closeted, unsure, etc.? Well, it's a mixed bag, right? I mean, I think the negative thing I have to say about detransition stories is one reason why you see so many of them is that, you know, conservative media in particular, or also, you know, TERF media, or just whatever Jesse Single is media, right? It's just interested in boosting these stories of detransition. They're not interested in successful transition stories, right? That's not a sensation in the way that detransition is, because detransition confirms the, like, you know, the common sense suspicion that being trans is like a form of craziness that surely you will regret in the long run, right? And I think it's a little bit so yeah, that's pretty unambiguously bad. But I think it's a little more complicated when it's on YouTube and you have people who are just uploading videos, vlogging about detransition. You know, I do think that it's good that those stories are out there, and especially for the reason that you say. Like, I feel that people who are questioning or unsure absolutely should at least take a look at some detransitioner stories. And, you know, I'm not saying do it uncritically. Like, I think that a lot of detransitioners have narratives that I find something a little bit suspect about. Let me be specific. I think that not all detransitioners, but one commonality that's in a lot of detransitioners is detransitioning more as a matter of philosophy than as a matter of lifestyle. Or even, you know what I mean? Like, I'm talking, like, for example, like FTMTF detransitioners who pass as men and say that they detransitioned because they realized that, you know, you can never actually change your sex. You know, they'll never be real men. Of course, they were raised with misogyny, and they'll also always suffer the consequences of misogyny. Like, okay, this is not really detransition so much as you're a trans guy who's a TERF, right? I feel that's a very different thing from the people who are like, oh no, like, I like truly fucked up, and I want to go back to passing as my old gender. Like those are very distinct kinds of detransition, right? And so a lot of times you get like philosophical detransitioners, who are people who don't really regret social or even parts of their medical transition. It's just that they sort of decided that, oh, I can never be a real, you know, target gender, so I guess I'm just gonna stop thinking of myself that way. But also, I think that, sure, there are people. I don't want to deny that there are people who really do have like regret about, you know, hormones and surgery even. Yeah, I think it's definitely worth looking at those stories. I know a lot of trans people find it hard, but yeah, don't I see Sabrina in the chat. Yeah, don't watch the sensational. Don't watch that like fucking like Russia Today documentary or whatever. Like, just watch people's accounts on Reddit or like YouTube, and like, I feel like see if it can help you clarify why you're doing these things, right? I think that for me, a pretty good reality check when it comes to medical transition things is it's like, regardless of your philosophical thoughts about identity, like look at what hormones do. Look at the list of physical effects that this is going to have on your body. Do you want these things to happen regardless of whether you're really a man or really a woman or really non-binary or whatever it is, right? Put the philosophy aside for a second and just think in terms of pure physical effects. Do you want to do this to your body? Not for some kind of weird abstract philosophical reasons. Do you just think that that you'll be happier inhabiting a body that has these characteristics? I think for me, you know, there are times I would say, especially in the last, you know, the last couple years that I've been sort of struggling and coming to terms with my, you know, being honest about my sexuality. There's been times I'm like, aren't I just a man after all this? Like, aren't I, like, I'm just a feminine man, right? I'm just a man who wants to look like a woman, right? And I think a lot of that kind of thinking is triggered by attraction to women and like questions about what that means for my gender. So there's that kind of self-doubt and those kinds of thoughts. But that, to me, at no point do I ever regret having gone through hormone therapy or facial feminization surgery, right? Like, even when I'm at my lowest, like, I'm literally just a feminine man moments, like, I don't want to stop being a transsexual, right? Like, of course I'm going to continue being a transsexual regardless of my ideological interpretation of it. You know, whether I think of myself as a real woman or not, like, I'm going to act like this. I'm going to do these things to my body. That is true regardless of like ideological, you know, what ideological interpretation of my actions. And so that, to me, is a pretty solid basis on which to do these things, because in that way you don't have to get so, you know, hung up on like, oh, I was tricked into taking hormones by transgender ideology. I mean, I know for certain that that's not what that I can never tell myself that, because for me, the desire to transition, the need to transition, you know, the dysphoria that alleviates is something that exists regardless of how that is like cashed out ideologically, if that makes sense. So I guess I recommend that as like, you know, when people ask me, oh, how do I figure out what gender I am? How do I figure out if I'm non-binary? Like, I don't know. That's the part that doesn't make sense, right? The identity stuff, that's the like numinous mystery, right? That's astrology, right? The concrete, that's for you. That's like a very personal thing, right? For you to understand how to interpret your own life and your own experiences. I cannot tell you how to make sense of who you are as a person. But when it comes to deciding what medical decisions to make, my suggestion is try to isolate it. Try to cut out. Try to consider the proposition, or try to consider, you know, how you're gonna feel about these medical interventions, regardless of how you understand your gender identity. I feel like these are actually two fairly separate questions. And there's this assumption that they're together. But I don't think that's a correct assumption. Right? I also think that, like, looking back, I don't, I feel like when I say that I'm a woman now, that's actually much more coherent than when I said that well, I didn't say 4 years, but 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago, because I feel like I have this perspective and these experiences now that make more sense than the kind of shaky way that I said I was a woman, 3.5 years ago, when I was like, I knew I wanted to transition, but I wasn't, I had all these doubts about, but like philosophical type doubts, right? About, okay, but am I a real woman? I don't know. And that's not, and it doesn't really matter, right? I guess I'm maybe being a little bit bad faith, because I guess I don't truly believe that it doesn't matter. Like, there's a lot of times when I do think it matters. But I find that these kinds of philosophical doubts and questions and circles and spirals, like, a lot of times the best way to handle those is simply to just like step around them, because it becomes like neurotic at a certain point, It's not thinking that is helping you solve a problem, right? It's just miring you in this like conceptual swamp. Like, it's not helpful. I play with my hair too much now. It's okay. Nathan Ellis said, "It is said that Chopin's music has a uniquely feminine character. Do you agree? Can you comment on if or how your aesthetic sense has been informed by experiences as a woman?" Okay. Chopin's music has a uniquely feminine character. So I agree. I guess my feeling is that I agree that Chopin's music is kind of feminine. What is it about? Why are we saying that it's feminine? How can music be feminine? Well, I guess it has this kind of like diaphanous quality. This is a little bit vague. That's associated with femininity, right? It's kind of flowing and impressionistic and sort of deeply emotional and introspective. Are these feminine qualities? I mean, you could interrogate that all day, but sure, I think in some like common sense way, yeah. Is my aesthetic sense informed by my experience as a woman? Well, I don't know about that. I would say that I think that being very concerned about aesthetics is considered by a lot of people to be a feminine trait. I think that, if you're a man and you're very interested, well, suppose you're a man and you're interested in so these things that I'm interested in, such as you know, wallpaper and French Art Nouveau room dividing screens and uh you know, dresses and makeup and house plant, like and a man, people read these things as gay, and by gay they mean feminine, right? um but in some ways I also, I don't know, in some ways I'm attracted to more like masculinely, aesthetically masculine things. Like a lot of my classical music taste actually is pretty masculine, right? According to, if we're sticking to this, like I really like, I really like Bach's music. Isn't that masculine? But according to this, why is Bach masculine? Oh, because it's so ordered and logical and like, I don't know, how comfortable are we assigning those traits to masculinity? Like it, is this, are we in 1880? Like I don't know. I think that we all, I think that we all sort of have these like intuitions banging around, but I also like, I guess I do feel some impulse to challenge that, right? um when I feel like, I don't know, the association of like, it's just all a little bit Jordan Peterson, you know? Uh to be talking about like women representing the dragon of chaos, or and men representing order, or whatever it is. I mean, masculine is not the same as being as men, right? Men do not own masculinity. Women do not own femininity. I think that's an important distinction. But also, don't you think that the ideas of masculinity and femininity are derived in some way from men and women, right? Otherwise, what does it mean to be feminine if the word feminine has nothing to do with women? What does it mean to be masculine if the word masculine has nothing to do with men? Oh no. Are we getting unzipped here? I'm feeling a little bit unzipped. I'm feeling I feel like I need to unzip the hoodie to symbolize how unzipped I have been by this question. This question about Chopin being feminine. I don't know. I'm very interested in that, and like, I guess this is a philosophical question that interests me. Is like, okay, what is masculinity and femininity? That book, Female Masculinity, the Jack Halberstam one, that was a really interesting book for me, and very interesting on this point. And one thing I like about it is that he makes the point that like men, I think what I summarized as like, men don't own masculinity, right? Like male masculinity is not the only kind. That people with the female-bodied people, I think this is to use language in that book, also can do masculinity, and they can do it in a way that's not like how men do it. And yet at the same time, there's this underlying tension of like, well, okay, but what does it mean to be masculine if it has nothing to do with men? I think the same thing. I feel that there's like there's types of femininity that are sort of almost the distinctive, almost like almost distinctively male forms of femininity. And I think the reverse does apply, right? that women or female people don't own femininity either. That I don't have a conclusion to this train of thought. I just have questions. Also, I think it might be time to end part one, make this the end of part one of the stream. It's pretty late. I've been going a while. I don't know. I think we're close to halfway with the questions. And I can't finish the stream tomorrow because I'm doing a trans day of visibility stream, but sometime later this week we can finish the stream. I'm looking at the chat now because I'm still interested in the questions phrased. Jessica says, I think a lot of the coding is just taught symbolically and it can shift. Yeah, that surely must be true because a lot of the obviously like there's a basic associations of colors and certain types of clothing being considered masculine in one century and feminine in the next. It's interesting actually to see like with the mainstreaming of drag, a lot of cis women getting interested in exhibiting like these male or it's like traditionally like male forms of feminine expression. That's like that's very interesting to me because it's like there's just a lot going on. The Trans Day of Visibility stream it's gonna be on Katie Montgomery's channel. I will probably tweet about it before I start. I'm tired. Okay, let's finish the stream later this week. Sorry for my ramblings. I hope you guys got something out of this. Sorry for my breaks. And sorry for saying sorry. And I'm sorry that I'm guilty. Good night. Good night.